So this is the shot that we have right now. I've just brought in the character as well as the different assets that we're going to be using. So we're going to be using the Jules rig, and we created a bat prop for the scene here, as well as a cap prop. Now, I did the whole bat prop on stream. We rigged it up. We did all of that stuff. So if you want to check that out, how to do that, it's all on the stream. The cap, we did the modeling process, but then afterwards, because we didn't quite have time on stream, I rigged it up. And the rig is very simple. It's pretty much the same as the bat prop. I just have a root control, which allows us to move the whole thing and kind of get in place. I've got a rotation control, so we can actually rotate the cap, as well as a pivot offset control, which will allow us to move the pivot point of the cap. So we can now pivot it from the rim or the back or wherever we need it to be. So that's my typical simple prop setup. It's 3 controls, and essentially one of them is used to offset your pivot point, so you can always switch it up at any point. That is one of my big, what would be the right words? For me, one of my big like check mark items on any prop or any object that I'm animating is I want a way to move the pivot point. Same thing goes for rigs. If you can change a pivot point halfway through the scene easily without using a plugin, without using, for example, Animbot or something, which actually reminds me, I'll load Animbot in here. I don't know if I'm going to use it or not. We'll see. There are plugins like Animbot that will make it easy to change the pivot point on certain things, which is amazing. Use that tool when you have it. But in general, if I can get that ability without having to use a plugin, even better, because then I have both. I have the plugin and I have it built into the rig. Awesome. Now let's see. Do you prefer adding rotations on the cog controller or the FK hip controller for the vanilla walk? It depends on which rotations it is. If you're going to be animating the rotate X, that would be on the cog controller, because the rotate X is going to be kind of over the whole body. If you're doing just the hip motion, side to side, or the rotate Y, it depends on the type of motion that you're doing. For a walk, I typically prefer the FK hip because it makes it so you don't have to counter animate things. But it also makes it so that you have to really know your body mechanics. If you add the rotations to the cog, it's very obvious to see where you have to rotate the spine. So it makes certain things easier, but then you have to deal with counter animation. So honestly, it's personal preference for that thing. Me personally, at this point, I prefer things that I don't have to counter animate. So I will use the FK hip control and the FK spine. And then for that would be the rotate Y and rotate Z. Once again, the rotate X, because it's that forward lean, is going to be using the cog typically for a vanilla walk, because the whole body tends to lean forward, not just your hips kind of doing its own independent motion. And do you ever get into building deformers into your prop rigs so you could instance flex the brim? Yes. So for example, the baseball bat here, I actually did build in a bend deformer in here. So we've got that built in right there. I didn't get a chance to build anything into the hat because we kind of ran out of time, but I will probably be deforming the hat kind of after the fact in this shot. So we'll see. We'll see when we get there. But if I was to build in a deformer here, it would have been nice to have a rim bend, so I could actually bend the rim here and flex it. The easiest way to do that probably... I would almost say using joints would be the best way to do that, because then you can paint the weights a little bit more easily. But yeah, there's a few different solutions we could have done for that. Even a lattice deformer would have been pretty cool. So we've got all of this stuff here. We've got our baseball bat, we've got our cap, we've brought in our character. I've got in a ground plane so the character can actually stand on something. That's important. You always want your character standing on something. It just makes it easier to get your contacts in place. Even if it's the same color as the background here. So if I change this and now it's like roughly the same color here, that's fine. You can even make this transparent as long as you can see the shadows under the feet with the ambient occlusion here. That's kind of the important thing. Now, with that, I've also brought in a camera rig right here. Now, this camera rig is the Josh Cam rig. And let me make sure my mouse is not locked here. There we go. For some reason, it was locked in Maya. I want to copy a link here for all of you. So this is the Josh Cam rig, which is a free rig. And if you're an Animation Mentor, it's actually part of the props in there. So you can just check it out there. You don't have to download it from the external site. But this is a great free rig that I love to use whenever I have to deal with a camera motion. The big reason for that is when you're dealing with camera moves, and in this case, we're going to have a simple camera move. It's just going to pan slightly. And I don't really need a whole rig for that. But even for simple camera moves, I tend to prefer using a camera rig than a free camera. That's just in Maya, the typical rig. So, or I should say typical camera right here. So if we just create a camera, we'll move that in place there, right there. So this is one of Maya's default cameras right here. And I personally like the rig more because it acts like an actual physical camera in real life. You have the same controls that you would have on a physical camera, and it forces you to use the camera like a physical camera. Why is that important? Because it makes your shot look more real. If your camera is moving in ways that cameras don't move in real life, it's not going to quite look right. The other thing is that it just kind of makes it easier to really understand how a camera moves with a camera rig setup like this. So, for example, with a camera, typically, let's actually just switch to our camera one right here. When you move the camera, you're just going to do it in the viewport here. And let's make sure that I frame this up here. So I'll move this here using my shortcuts, Alt, middle mouse click, drag in and out. And we get this kind of motion. And if I rotate it up, you'll see that it's pivoting from the center of my scene right now. So the whole camera is just kind of swinging around that center scene. Cameras don't do that in real life. They don't pivot from the center of a scene. If you kind of imagine how that camera rig would be set up, you'd have to have some sort of pivot in the center of the scene and a big boom kind of coming out. And by a boom, I mean like a crane arm or something that like loops over top, and then the camera is attached to there and it's swinging and pivoting from there. That would be a horrible setup in a real life scenario. Now, you could do something like that, and there are ways to do that, but that's not really a realistic setup. So, alternatively, you could move the camera from the third-person view like this, but once again, when you rotate the camera and move it in the third-person view, you're rotating it from the camera lens. And, oh, where did I get that camera? It's a AM resource. You can find it there, and you can find it on this link here. So when I rotate this, you'll see that it's rotating from the camera lens, essentially, right there. When you're holding a camera, imagine like holding a larger camera, or even your phone. Let's grab my phone here. Let's say I'm filming something with my phone. The camera lens is right here. Am I rotating it right there and pivoting it from that point? No, I'm holding it from down here and then filming, or holding it here and filming, and it's not rotating again from the center of that lens. If you're holding a big camera, like the one we're seeing here in the viewport, this is kind of like a shoulder mounted camera. You'd have it sitting on your shoulder and the lens would be out here. When you move it, you're not pivoting it from the lens, because that would mean that you're having to do this with your shoulders. You're tilting it like this with your body or your hands. So the pivot point here is not correct for the way a camera would move. No camera would move like that. Alternatively, most cameras on a film set are on some sort of camera rig. Like if you think of sitcoms, the camera person is standing on this camera rig and this big podium setup with a camera on top so that they can move it in and out and do all of that motion without having to hold it all day. There's some sort of camera rig. And that's what we have here. So, for example, here, if I want to move that camera and rotate it, we have a few different ways we can do it. So if I want to kind of aim up or down, I've got this boom arm right here that can go up and down. And you'll see how the camera swings up and down and kind of out and in, because that's how cameras on boom arms work. I have this, what's called a pedestal, which is just moving the camera up or down, which again, we would have with a camera rig. But if I want to aim the camera, let's see, I always forget where the camera aim control is on here. I could turn the aim control right there on. And now, as I move this, the camera is rotating from this rig setup. So if I bring this up here, you'll see, there we go. Now, let's see here. Let's switch to our camera setup here. If I move this, you'll see that it's moving from that rig setup. So we get a slightly more realistic camera move just with this. So this is my personal preference. I like to have a camera move in a way that is more... and hey, PG Elliott, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Aw, thank you so much. And it is a really cool camera rig. I highly recommend all of you check it out. It's free, so might as well. But yeah, it's really nice, and it just makes animating camera moves a little easier. You also have independent controls for trucking and dollying the camera in and out, like so, which is very nice. And additionally, you have these controls, which allow you to essentially create a path for your camera. So let's say I do something like this. I could create a path right here, and then just take this slider and move the camera along the path like that. So it just gives me extra controls, extra options. I personally would not really use this path all too often, not usually, but there have been times where it's been nice to have. So yeah, we're going to be using this today for our setup, but once again, keep in mind that this is just one preference. You can animate with a regular camera and get the exact same things. The big thing that I would recommend is, as much as you can, typically try to animate the camera from the third person perspective here, not from the viewport. The reason being, you're going to be able to move it a little bit more precisely like a camera person would move the camera, and not like a viewport would move the camera, like Maya would move the camera. It leads to slightly more realistic camera moves. So yeah, one or the other. Now, I don't know if this comes through clearly, but I also added these here. You'll notice there's this little red thing in front of the camera. This is an image plane that I brought into Maya. So these are just some image planes for the rule of thirds and the center lines. I just created some PNG images with these lines in here and just brought them in and put them in front of the camera. This is just if I want to do a little bit of framing, I have those in place just in case. You don't have to use these. If you want, you could just use Maya's grid system right here, which that's the field chart right there in Maya. You can turn that on and you'll notice that the center line follows the center line. Well, that's pretty easy. And the rule of thirds, that's the red lines, line up with the number 4. This grid is split into 12. So if you just do a little bit of math, 12 divided by 3 is 4. And that's where our rule of thirds lines up. So you can just use the field chart to do some quick composition if you want. I like this just because it cleans up the view. And to be honest, I actually don't usually bring in guides like this, mostly because guides make it too easy to try and be perfect, where you want to line things up right in like the center, where his head, for example, is going to be like right there, perfectly centered. Composition is usually better when it's not perfect, when the character's slightly off from center or slightly more organically placed, I guess you could say. So I kind of just aim for the areas visually. Now this changes when you're trying to go for a very specific feel, like Wes Anderson films. The composition of those is so frame perfect that it would be hard to try and achieve those without some sort of guide. So if you're trying to do something like that, a guide can be helpful. Most parts, you don't really need a guide. Now, does the grid PNG need to be the same aspect ratio of the camera? Yeah. So if you're doing a 16:9 film, you would want to make sure your image is 16:9 versus a 1:1 or a 4:3, whatever resolution you're doing. Typically, when we're doing shots for ourselves, we're doing a 16:9 ratio. That's the computer resolution, I guess you could say. It's 1920 by 1080 or 4K, 720 or 1280 by 720. Those typical monitor resolutions. But you might be doing a shot sometimes where it's a widescreen, CinemaScope or something like that, in which case you would want to make a chart that works with that resolution. Now, the nice thing is the field chart here will change with your camera that you set up. So if we change this later on, or in a new scene, we go for a super wide screen, the field chart will update with it, and there we go. So a lot of times I just use the field chart super quick, get an idea of where things are, and then turn it off. But we've got this set up here, and this is what we're going to use to essentially frame things up and get our scene going here. So, let's see. Just going to turn on the aim control here so we can animate that. So, we've brought everything into our scene. We're pretty much ready to go. At this point, it's really just getting the initial setup. And honestly, the initial setup is often what ends up taking the longest. And the big reason being is if we don't get this right, we're going to be fighting things later on. So I would much rather think things through and take a little bit of time here rather than trying to rush it and just start animating only to find out that my constraints aren't set up correctly, or that my camera is not set up correctly and I have to redo all my poses because I didn't have something right. So, what are the typical things that we need to watch out for? Well, the big thing is going to be composition. Where is the camera going to go? And this can be tricky, especially when you have a moving camera. So, what I will typically do for a camera shot is think of where I want the camera and then do a quick previs pass for it. So essentially just sliding the characters around the scene to make sure that things fit and that the camera move works well with that character. So this is oftentimes just simply taking your character, moving them through the scene like this, just in the T-pose, and making sure that the camera fits the character in frame well enough. Pretty simple. Now, before we do that, there's another thing that we have to keep in mind. Where is the character going to be oriented? So for example, let's say, let's actually show the shot that we're going to be animating here, just so you guys have an idea. So here's the reference for our shot. And if I play through this, there we go. You'll notice that it's the character swinging, missing, and then walking off screen right there. Okay, so we've got that. Now, there's a few important things to pay attention to. The first one as an animator is, which direction is the character going to walk? Because that's going to make our life either really easy if we get this right, or a living nightmare if we get this wrong and have to deal with weird translations. So the issue here is that the character is walking off at an angle right here. You can see that. Now, why is that an issue? Well, let's say that we set up our scene like we have here. We have our character kind of pointed towards the camera. The camera is over here. Let's actually bring the camera down slightly just to frame them up a little bit. And they are going to be facing towards the camera, chest towards the camera like we have in our reference here. Something like that. And now I'm exaggerating for the effect here. So they're facing towards the camera. They swing and they miss and then get angry. So they're going to walk off and walk this way. Off screen. Right there. Now, if I don't set up my scene correctly, I'll be animating using my cog control here. They swing and they miss. Okay, now they're going to walk off and move in this direction. And as they walk, they just walk in a straight line. Great. The problem here is because I am using the cog control to orient the character into this walk, look at what is happening in my channel box here. The Translate X and Translate Z are both being moved because he's rotated, in this case at around a 45-degree angle, and is walking at an angle instead of a straight line. If he was walking straight in his orientation here, only the Translate Z is being used. So I need to make sure that as this character is walking, I know that the direction is going to match the cog. Or to put it another way, I want the cog placed at the start of the scene in a way that's going to make that walk out easy to animate. So that at the beginning, his hips are like this. He swings and he misses. He turns to walk and then walks in that straight line in the direction of the cog. So I'm using this root control, this layout control, to make my life easier. And you're not always going to have that, especially if your characters change direction or are running in zigzag patterns. In that case, it kind of doesn't really matter so much. But in this case, I can make my life a lot easier by doing something like that and making sure that I orient the character to walk along that axis. A lot of kind of math and thinking, but it does make it a lot easier. So I have to think about that as well as my camera placement. Now, the other thing I can do is I can choose whether I animate the character to the camera or move the camera to match the character position. For example, I can just take my camera and move it over here. And now the character is going to walk out in this straight line right there. Both work. Honestly, it's the same thing, just from two sides of the same coin. So you can either move the camera or you can move your character. So I think I'll probably move the camera just because it's going to be a little easier. just because I have to move the camera anyway to frame the character, and then I can just keep the character there. Now, I'm actually on the wrong side of the character here, so that's going to need to go on this side. So we're going to have the camera right around here. And let's see. As the character walks off, this is where the previs starts to come in. You need to think of what's going to happen. So, and Blaze, hey, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Now you can use the reparent script to change orientation easily in any time as you shot as you wish. Yes. So if you have access to scripts and stuff, that is a great thing to do. You can use Animbot to help you with that as well. There are a lot of really cool things that can make things like this a lot easier to deal with. So definitely explore those. If you're starting out, I always recommend just being aware of this issue, because one of the worst things that you can do, especially as a starting animator, is run into a shot, think, oh man, this is going to be easy. It's just going to be a character turning and then walking. And then you have to fight the graph editor and you don't know why. And you're just fighting this thing for no reason. That's not fun. That takes so much time and effort and just makes life less, or makes animation less fun. So for the previs here, I'm just going to quickly place things in the scene here. And let's actually, I'm going to worry about the cap and the baseball bat in just a bit. I want to just kind of figure out the camera placement, camera movement. Now, to help with this, I'm just going to be animating the layout control. So I'll set a key here, as well as the camera rig right there. Okay. And actually for the camera rig, let's leave that for now. So character is going to be center frame. I feel like I want a slightly lower angle here. It's going to make the character just feel a little bit more imposing. I also need to think of my camera lens length. Do I want this to be the 35mm focal length right here? Or do I want to go maybe a 50mm? I usually like slightly longer lens lengths personally. It just kind of, I feel it creates a little bit more appeal in things. That's just me personally. But I think maybe a 35 would work for this shot. It'll add a little bit more distortion to the character and make the swing just a little bit more dynamic. I'm looking at the reference, trying to see what would they have. What do I want? No, let's go a little longer. The reason being is the shorter the lens, you're gonna have to move the camera closer here, and you can see how it starts to distort the character. It starts to create that fisheye lens. Let's actually show this at an extreme here. So if I do this, you'll really feel that kind of weird distortion. And I kind of want this to be a little flatter, so that we can kind of see the whole character from top to bottom without that bend happening. So I'll go probably a 50mm. We'll go with that. And frame them up somewhere around here. Now, this is where the center rule comes into play here. As the character is going to be batting, they're going to be looking screen right. And I want this kind of relationship between the character, the batter here, and the pitcher on the other side. So if you think of this as a two-character shot, the batter would be screen left, the pitcher is screen right, because, well, that's where they're pitching from. So if I push the shot like this, this is going to make us feel like we should be looking behind the character, like something important is supposed to be happening back here. Maybe something with the catcher behind them, something like that. Instead, I want it to look like there's something important in front of him. and create that relationship between him and that person over there. So what I want is the character to be more on the side, on the screen left side. Oh, and Ariachi, that emote there is just a reminder to have me drink. That's pretty much it. It was the first drink emote that I could find, and it was also Luigi, so it's like, yay, I like Luigi. So that's pretty much it. I have a bad habit of not drinking or taking a sip of water when I'm streaming or teaching. So people tend to remind me, which I really appreciate. So I'm going to keep them there. Now the whole body orientation is going to change here, but I'm just kind of getting this very basic in here. So he's actually going to be rotated this way, looking over here. So let's actually key this right there. Okay. I'm not going to pose out the character. It's just going to take time. And the previous process here, you want to do it pretty quickly. We're here to just get things in place and not perfect, just get an idea of how things are going to work. Okay. So the character is going to start here. Now I'm just going to take the timing from my reference to start with. So as we start here, we do have a camera move in the reference here. I'm not going to do that personally because it's coming from a whip pan right here. We're not going to have that. So we're just going to start with Steadicam. Go for the pitch here. So by 33, let's set a key on the character. The character is going to spin around, and you'll see that I'm just using the root control to do this because, again, this is a previs pass. You're essentially, think of it like animating an action figure. You're just dealing with this tiny little action figure and just kind of moving them around the scene and pretending that they're moving. We don't want to spend a ton of time posing, and you could if you want to do a more concrete previs, especially if you're trying to sell it to a director. Yes, then we can go much deeper into this, but that's not the goal right here. The goal here is just to make sure that we, as the animator, know what we're doing and where we're going and where our camera is going to be. So we've got this, they hold in this position, swing and miss. So they go here. Now if we look at our reference, they swing and we start the camera move. Now, this is something that we have to be aware of when we're looking at our reference, especially if you're trying to study a film or something like that, like we're doing here. This camera move won't work with the scene that we are doing. The reason being, the camera moves away from the character first. So he swings, and you see how the camera turns away from him before he's even started walking? And then the character walks through, and the camera seems to be following them. It isn't. He is following the camera. Now, if you've been in previous streams, this is something that we normally don't want to do, because if the camera leads and the character is following, it makes them feel like they are trying to stay in the camera, stay on scene. It would be like if you imagine like a dance, a ballet or something like that, and you've got the spotlight on the person dancing, and the spotlight moves and the dancer has to try and run and stay in the spotlight. It would feel weird. Instead, the spotlight follows the dancer. So what's happening here? Well, the thing that's happening is that this isn't our main character. If we watch the scene here, watch what happens. He swings, the camera moves, and then it stops on this character. This is our main character. this is the person that we're supposed to be watching in this scene. The baseball pitcher or baseball batter is just someone that we were kind of glancing at before going, okay, he swung, let's go to the important person. The camera is purposefully showing us that he is not the main character, that he is not someone important to the story. That's why that camera move is there and why it works in this scene. If this was the main character and we're supposed to be looking at him, this camera move would not work because we're losing focus of the person. So this is very important to us, because if my scene that I'm animating is all about my character, this camera move will destroy it. Unless I just have the camera move away and then the guy just gets like left off screen. In which case, why have the camera move? So I'm going to have to change things a little bit in my camera move if I want this to be the main character. I would want the camera to start moving after he starts walking off. So he starts walking and then the camera follows them. These are choices we have to make. As an animator, we have to think of what is the purpose of our camera? What is the purpose of the shot? What story do we want to tell here? And we have to understand that camera language. Now, a lot of this, if you're working at a studio, is done by the layout artists and the previs artists and all the camera artists. As animators, we don't have to know all of this stuff. But if you are working on your own demo reel piece, it is good to study this kind of stuff, even at a surface level, because it makes your shots feel better. If you're just copying camera moves from a film, but not understanding why they're moving the camera in that way, oftentimes you can shoot yourself in the foot and make something that doesn't feel right. So I'm going to just kind of animate the character here. So he swings, misses. By frame 56 here, the character is going to turn around. Yep, turn back. Somewhere around there. So we have swing and miss, turn around. I should actually add a little bit of a hold. Maybe right there. There's no actual reason to add a hold here. Not really. It's more just to describe the motion a little bit more. So he swings and misses, turns around right there, and then let's see, frame 56, he starts walking away after that. And the direction he walks, let's see, 106 is going to be my last frame, and he kind of keeps turning around here and walks almost parallel to the camera. I would say probably in this direction. Let's see the reference. I don't have to get this perfect, honestly. So you'll see he actually moves in an arc. He actually does this as he walks. So I'm going to want to build that in here. So let's see, where's my... Let's go 73 here. He's going to be... Let's see. Actually, one thing that can help is you'll notice that I have no point of reference for the walk. It's always nice to have something to look at when your character's trying to move in 3D space. So I'm just going to create a very simple plate because it's good to have anyway, because he is on a baseball diamond. So I'm just going to do a very, very basic plate right here. And let's actually turn off our grid there. Don't need to see it. So let's just set the width to 2. Oh no, not width. Subdivision width. There you go. Like that. I'm going to scale this down here. And then actually we'll need another depth right there. Something like that. And I'm just going to take these two edges and bring them in. Something like this. Now I'm just getting a very basic shape here. I'm not worried about trying to get this accurate whatsoever. I can do that later on my own time. So something like that, and bip, right on the ground. So let's see how that lines up. Where is he actually standing in relation to that plate? Yeah, so mine needs to be a lot sharper. So I actually can just do that, and then that. There we go. Simpler shape. Okay. So on frame 1, that plate should be in front of him and kind of lined up with him. It's going to be between his feet. So somewhere around here. Let's make it a little smaller. Okay. So this gives us a point of reference. It also gives us something for him to walk around. Because if we look at the reference here, as he walks, he actually steps around the plate. He doesn't step on the plate. And that's going to be a very important little detail for our shot. Does it really matter? Not a ton, but it's going to make it more dynamic than him just kind of turning and then walking in a perfectly straight line. So I'm going to have him kind of start to come through here first. So he starts to walk, goes around, and then keeps going around here. Where's our next key? Got a key on 87, so I'm going to take this here and kind of put that in place there. So the character walks around. Now you'll notice I didn't import my reference into Maya here. I could have done that. Save an image sequence or a movie file and then bring it in. It's up to you. There's nothing wrong with either way. And yes, I am in Maya. Let's see. Can you look at my 2D character and give me your thoughts about it? If we have time at the end of this, I'd be happy to take a look at people's shots or characters or anything like that and do some, give some feedback. I'll just try to get as much done on this as I can first because it is a demo that's kind of been waiting for a while. So I'll just try to get this in place here. Let's see. The actor maybe has some markers on the ground just to frame out the walk. Yeah, so actors will have markers. Essentially, that's what we're kind of doing is we're creating that marker and making sure that our character will be able to move through the scene correctly and understand what's happening first before we start animating and then find out that, oops, nothing is working. And things will change. We don't have to follow this to the letter and okay, the character has to match this 100%. We are just getting some placeholders to get a rough blocking in here. The character sliding around in a T-pose just remind me of games glitching. Yeah, it's definitely interesting watching previs passes, especially when you're at a studio and you see the previs pass. Sometimes it just looks so silly. And then you see the final piece in comparison. It's like, how are these related? But previs is huge. In a studio environment, the previs animators are such a help and make life a lot easier for us, the character animators, because we don't have to deal with trying to figure all of this out ourselves and have to try and fight cameras and fight timing of the scene, make sure the character actually works, all of that stuff. So like you can see here, I can now just hit play, swing, miss, walk off. There we go. And we can get a feeling of the timing. Is he walking off too fast? Is he walking off too slow? We can figure that out. And Rabid Triple, yes, it has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Mostly lurking and listening for the education. Thank you. I'm glad that even while lurking, you can learn something. And this is actually just something for everyone here. I know some streams, like, they're not a fan of lurkers because it doesn't help their numbers or something like that. Always feel free to lurk here. I know a lot of people here are working on their shots or working in general or just doing other things. As long as you're learning something and as long as these streams are helpful for you, that's all that matters to me. So feel free to lurk. This is a lurk happy zone, I guess you could say. So yes, feel free. I'm happy that you're here. That's the biggest thing, and hopefully learning something. So you keyframe the position and then you animate. Interesting. Yes. So this is going to be very important. I am not going to animate this character. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in another copy of the rig and animate them. And this is going to be my reference of where the character should be. Just an idea. And then I can turn off the visibility of this one and just kind of use it as, once again, a placeholder. And I can always reference back and compare. Is my character walking along the right path? Is something off between my character and the previs? I can do that. There's also different ways you can use previs. So sometimes you will do a play blast of your previs shot, bring that in as an image plane and use that. Other times it's just using it as reference on another monitor, things like that. So there's a lot of different ways. For me, just to keep things simple, I'm just going to reference in another copy of the rig. So I'm not animating this character. Now let me actually bring in my graph editor because I want to adjust how the character is walking through here. Okay. And then is it important to make previs as an individual? Because I never thought of doing this. It's important, not crucial. You don't have to do it. The reason I like to do it is it saves me time later on because I can kind of get the camera figured out now. I can get my timing figured out. I can get the angle of my character moving through the scene. All of that figured out now, or at least close. And oops, don't want to change the curve colors like that. I can get all of that figured out before I start blocking out my shot. Now, what I'm trying to do here is I actually installed Maya 2023, and I am trying to change my theme in the graph editor. And I always forget where the theme is. Because you can change curve colors individually. But what I'm looking for, I showed it on stream a couple of times. I always forget where it is. Theme right there. So I personally, the default theme, let's see, classic right here. Oops, that's not it. And it looks like I accidentally changed all of these. So let me take all of this, edit, move curve color. Do I have to select the curve here? Interesting. Can't remove the curve color. Okay, well, it's not too bad because it's my previs, or did it change along the whole shot? Interesting, changed the whole shot. Okay, so I'm gonna figure that out. There we go. Did that do it? There we go, better. So what happened there is I accidentally added a curve color, and if that happens, you can just go to remove curve color or set curve colors there to get rid of it. But what I want is the theme. So if you go to view theme right here, you can set the theme of your graph editor. And the reason I find this important or helpful is more like the better term, is by default you have these colors to your curves. Translate X, Y, and Z, red, green, blue. Rotate X, Y, and Z, red, green, blue. Scale X, Y, Z, red, green, blue. X is always red, Y is green, Z is blue, which is nice. It's really nice to have that distinction, but it can make the curves kind of a pain to see when you look at it like this and it's like, okay, there's a red curve here and a red curve here. Which rotation or which X attribute is it? Is it translation, rotation, scale? I don't know. I can't see it from the curve. So what I like to do is I set it to TRS distinct. And what that does is it sets all of the curves to be different colors. That's it. So you have translate X, Y, and Z, rotate X, Y, and Z, and you'll see different colors. Now, if I look at all my curves, I can easily see which curve is which just by the color right there. And then if you're colorblind, this also is very helpful, colorblind compatible. That is a huge feature. I'm so glad that they added that in, because certain colors, especially green, can be very hard to see. So that is really nice right there. So for me, I like TRS distinct. You don't have to do that. This is just a personal preference. So with that, we've got this here. Let me look at my curve here. I just want to look at my translates and make sure that the character isn't slowing down right here at the end. I'll just set these to linear because the character should be walking out and just not slowing down. If we look at our reference here, we're going to be stopping right around here for our shot, and the character just keeps walking. So the character starts walking out right there, and we get to that point here. So let's hit play, see how this feels. And you'll notice it looks awful, but overall not bad. I do feel like this needs to be rounded out a little bit there. The reason I'm rounding all of this out is just to kind of get the path working correctly of where the character is going to be walking. Let's take our rotate Y, make sure the character is kind of pointing in the direction that he's going to walk right there. Good. That rotation's a little fast. This is just being super nitpicky. I'm just trying to clean it up so that I can view the shot a little bit more clearly. Okay, so he goes through there and then he walks out, and that walk out feels maybe like it's a little fast. So I could maybe slow that down a little bit, which should just be going to my last key here and whoop, nudge the character back a little. Just that. And again, this is why previs is so nice, because I can quickly, because I have so few keys, make a very big change to the overall timing of the shot without having to move a whole bunch of keys to figure it out. Okay. So we've got a character walking through there. Now, one thing that I'm feeling is that the character is definitely getting too close to the screen. If you look at the reference, see how his feet are cutting off, which is good. But in mine, we're losing the top and the feet. That's not great. The reason for this is our center point of the scene. Where is our camera positioned in terms of the height of the character? So this is our pedestal of the camera. Pedestal is the up and down right here. So if I bring in our center, you'll notice that I am framed up the center of the camera. I've centered the camera on his hips right there. If we look at this and look at our center of the screen, which should be about here. Let's see. Oh, I'm on the eraser. That would help a little bit. So if I look at the center of the screen right around here, and make sure I hold down Shift first. You'll see it starts on the hips, but then as he's walking out, again, center of the screen, right around there-ish, it's more towards the chest. So I need to make sure that I have that distinction. Let's see, did I actually get it close enough? Where's my line? Right there, 91. Okay, yeah, I got it pretty close. So we want that visual difference. Oh yeah, it does have that like foosball player feel to it. So right here, I would want this to actually be more over here. And you can see how that's a much more pleasing composition, even though I've cut off his head. People can't see that. Let me actually, I'm going to just rescale things around here. So I'm not losing, where do I want to put the reference? I guess I could put it in the center here. I want to put it in a place where all of you can see it and it's not blocking anything important. Okay, we'll put it there for now. So as the character walks out, this is going to be a much better framing over here because we are keeping the character's head a little bit more on screen, a little bit more in focus. We're not cutting the top and bottom. When the top and bottom are both cut, it just kind of feels a little weird. So that's going to be a very important aspect of this shot, that framing. But now you'll notice that the beginning isn't looking as good because the character just looks very small on screen. They're very close to the bottom edge. We've lost the plate entirely. So we've got a few choices that we can do. We can either start the scene here a little higher and maybe aim the camera down slightly like so. And then as the character walks up, we start to tilt the camera up, or we do the opposite. We start low and then tilt the camera up. So let's actually just try, see what both of them will do. So we're going to have the camera here. Let's actually just do the tilt here. So essentially the camera starts here. Then as the character starts to walk forward and starts to walk out here, we'll frame this up a little bit more like so. So as they come forward, we go up like that. So we could just do a simple move like that, and then also following the character out slightly. So something like that. Then let's keep that camera motion going all the way to the end of the scene. And I actually kind of want the character to walk off screen. I want it to kind of feel like the camera is chasing the character, but lagging behind. So that way the character doesn't feel like they're perfectly framed up. So something like that. And I kind of like this idea. Because we are having to go up like that, it helps to make the character feel larger and just makes the character feel a little bit more imposing and imposing not in like the making him feel like he's monstrous or anything like that, but because he's going to be angry here, I want him to actually feel really angry. And if we're looking down on him and making him feel small, that kind of defeats the purpose of that angry feeling. So we could do something like this. Or, let's see. what else could we do here? We could start this a little lower here. Tilt the camera up right there. And let's see if this is going to make much of a difference here. So make sure I copy that over right there. And then as we go through into this walk, we're going to just raise the camera up even more. How do I feel about this? And once again, this is why previs is important, because I can make these camera choices early on without having to reblock my silhouettes and my animation when I get to it. And to answer the question here, in past supervisors told me we never animate the main controller cog to move the character. No, you never want to animate that to move the character if you're actually animating the character. I'm not animating the character right now. I'm doing the previs, and this character is not going to be animated. I'm going to bring in another character and actually animate them using all the controls. The only reason I'm using the cog right here, or the layout controller, not the cog, the layout or the root controller, is because it's simple. I can just move it around. I'm essentially using them like an action figure and just sliding them around the scene. And that's all this character is going to get animated. That's it. I'm not going to be animating any other controls on this specific rig. I'm going to bring in another rig to replace them. So this is just a placeholder. In general, you never want to animate the root control or the layout control to move your characters through a scene. There are specific scenarios where you might have to, but those are very few and far between and for specific reasons. Okay, let's see. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, let's see. Now, one thing I could also do is I could animate the pivot of the camera this way. In this scene, because it's so simple, I think I'll just keep it at the aim control here, just to make life a little simpler. But just to kind of show what you can do with a camera rig and why camera rigs are important. Let's say I don't want to use my aim control. So I'm going to turn this off here, and just to not lose everything, I'm going to mute these attributes here. So if you right click on them and just mute, now the camera is no longer animated. I haven't lost anything, it's still there. I've just turned it off. So let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to animate some of the other controls on the rig. So I'm going to use the pedestal control here. That's the up and down. And then let's also animate the aim control here. And actually, do I want the pedestal or do I want the boom arm? Let's actually go with the boom arm. It should be interesting. I should actually just select all the controls here and just key them. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing, but this time we're going to be animating a few of the other controls, and we're going to see the different feel to it. It's not going to be a huge difference, but it's still going to be something. So let's frame up our character here at the end, somewhere where we had it before, right around there. And I'm going to use this arm here to raise the camera up. And then I'm just using this to kind of get my keys in place here. So I want this to ease a little bit. Graph editor is very nice for that. And then the rotation, same thing. Let's ease that right in there. Okay. So now we have this. And it's very similar in the motion. But if you look at the camera rig itself, look at how the camera is moving. See how it's not just kind of pivoting from one place now? You have this whole camera that's kind of lifting up and spinning around. And that is a much more natural camera move. If you think of how a camera moves on set, if you've ever watched videos of how a camera moves on set, that's a much more natural camera move than just the camera tilting and spinning. So I'm probably going to keep something like that because it just kind of creates that slightly more natural feeling to it. So let's see here. Oh, and Maya is going all weird on me. So go back to perspective. There we go. So let's see. And yes, saving the scene would be a good idea. I like that idea. Thanks for the reminder. So let's go through here. Is this good? I think so. I don't want to get too caught up on the camera move right now because honestly, it doesn't really matter too much of getting this perfect because as I animate this, things are going to change. My timing is going to change. My camera positioning is going to change. It's not important that I get everything absolutely 100% perfect right now. And there's the camera rig for anyone who wants it. It's also in the AM resources if you're in AM, so you can just get it from there. So yeah, I think this is pretty good. We could keep refining this and doing all sorts of things, but I feel like that's not bad. And if anything, one thing I feel like is the camera's following a little too closely right here. I might take this and ease just a little bit more right there. Let the character, oh, that's, make sure it doesn't ease to a stop right there as well. The camera raising up. I feel like this needs to kind of stop raising a little later, or sorry, a little sooner. So it kind of eases to a stop right here and then keeps moving. Something like that. But the rotation of the camera shouldn't slow down because the character isn't slowing down. If the camera slows down, it gives the feeling that the scene, they know that the scene is ending, so they're just kind of turning off the camera, essentially. I don't want that. It should move and then cut, in this case. If the character was slowing down, that would be different. But in this case, this is better. So we get something like that. The character leading the camera, and then we move out. Now, another thing I can do, just for the sake of it, is, and this is what I like about this camera rig, is we can offset some controls. Now this is like, we can always do this later on too. You don't have to do this in previs. But for example, right now the camera is starting to move up and rotate at the same time. Well, what if I had the camera start moving up just a little sooner, maybe 2 frames sooner, and the rotation will do maybe 1 frame later. Something like that. So now you have a few frames of the camera moving up and then spinning to follow the character. Maybe that's a little too much of an offset. But you have that small break in the action, that move up, then rotate, versus everything just kicking in all at the same time. It just kind of creates a little bit more of an organic feeling in there. Not everything just happening from one frame right into the next frame. It's just 2 frames in this case, but it can make a nice little difference. So once again, camera rigs, very nice because it gives you those options a little bit more easily. No, I don't want that. Okay, so with this in place, I would say our previs is pretty good. Let me save this once again. at this point, we're pretty much ready to bring in our character. I don't need that grid anymore. So to bring in the character, once again, I am not going to be animating this character. I could just take off all the animation and reset them, but I kind of want to keep the previs in place here, just so I know where the character is moving, where they're supposed to be. So I'm going to keep that in here for now. So all I need to do is go into my file here, go to create reference, and I'm going to bring in our rig. And this is why I didn't set up any constraints yet either, because if I'd set it up on the previous rig, I would now have to reset all the constraints on the new rig. So there we go. Now we're going to have two overlapping rigs. When you have two rigs of the same character in your scene, something that can be very helpful is to go to your reference editor and rename your references. So for example, here we have the first rig, and you'll notice I already called it Bob. So what that means is if I select that character, you'll notice that in the channel box here, it actually says Bob and then the name of the control. Normally it would be the name of the rig and then the name of the control. So if I select the other rig here, you'll notice right there. So if you have multiple like these, just rename them. So instead of Bob, I'm going to put previs, so I know which Jules is the previs version. And then I'm just going to call this one, let's just call it Jules. Just shorten the name. I don't like having long namespaces. Now you can see this is just Jules, and then the character, and then this is previs. Now I know which rig is which. Let's see, you can reference in more than one rig? Yeah, you've been able to, you can always reference in as many copies of the rig as you want. You can, as long as they don't have the same namespace, you can just do as many as you want. You could have 15 different Jules in this scene and you're all good. But it's good to rename that namespace so that you know which one's which. Otherwise it's Jules shot ready _1, Jules shot ready _2, Jules shot ready _3. And that's hard to know which one's which, especially when you're selecting controls. So the other thing I can do, and this is why it's nice to have it referenced, is at any point I can just take my previs Jules here, uncheck that, and now this will unload the reference and basically turn off that character, and he's gone. I don't have to worry about him. It's lightening the scene. But if ever I need to double check my reference and go, okay, wait, am I moving the character in the right spot? I can just bring this in. It'll re-import the character or re-reference in the character. And there it is, right back. Now, this is not the same as just turning off your animation. So for example, if I was to just take the previs group here and turn the visibility off, I could do that, or I could just totally unreference the character. It's up to you. And for some reason it broke my animation. Let me actually double check this here. There we go. It's because I renamed my namespace afterwards. So you want to rename your namespaces before you do any big changes. So let's go back to Bob there so we can still have our animation. So for now, just so we don't have to keep going into the reference editor all the time, I'm just going to turn off the visibility on this whole group there. So there we go. It's still there. We just don't see it. Okay. So at this point, let's save the scene again. It's always good to save your scenes. And let's actually start thinking of our animation. Now, once again, the first thing I need to think of is how am I going to orient this character? Let's bring our reference back in. The character is going to have to walk around the plate and then kind of walk in a straight line this direction here, approximately. So I know that from kind of this point here, they should be walking kind of in a straight line. If I want, I can just take my previs, or my root control here and line that up around the direction that he's going to walk out here. And this will just make it so that when I'm animating this section right here, my character is going to be walking in essentially just a straight line. And this is going to make that whole section much easier to animate. The rest of it isn't super important because he's kind of just staying in place and twisting and whatnot, not walking in a straight line. So that just kind of simplifies things for me. So I'm going to actually orient the root control around that direction. I don't have to get it exact as long as the character isn't walking at a 45-degree angle. That is the worst, or like close to a 45. If that starts to happen, then you're fighting your translate Z, translate X. It's a nightmare, and no, I don't want to do that. So I'm going to at least orient it close to where I want it to be. And again, this is where previs makes your life a whole lot easier because it's much easier to know exactly which direction you're going versus just kind of guessing. Now, actually, one thing I do want to double check, and I'm just going to look at my reference here. Do I want the character facing so far away from camera? Or do I want them to be more profile? So again, previs is helpful here because even though I've brought in the other rig, I can make changes. Right now I have the character walking away from camera, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean we're going to lose the expression and we're going to have a harder time selling the personality of the character. If instead I have them turn this way, let's bring in our graph editor again, rotate Y. So they come through and only go about this far. This is going to make it a little easier to keep an eye on the face and just kind of give us a little bit more character in here. Let's see. Just making small tweaks on how close the character gets to camera right here. So they come through like so. And now we don't lose the face through the whole thing. I think that's going to work a little bit better. Otherwise, we have the whole spin of the character. It just kind of makes it less interesting. And then you'll notice his head is a little close to camera, the camera edge right there. If we bring in our image planes, you can see it's a little high. So once again, pretty simple. I can just take this, move it up, and let's frame him a little bit more like so. And this is starting to go up a little too fast. So I'm going to ease that in right there. And hey, Autokey, thank you so much for this sub. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also, hello, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. So something like that. That feels a little bit better. I kind of want the camera to reach its maximum height a little bit before the end of the scene though. So right around there. Okay, let's see how this feels. Let's double check our playback speed. Right now my settings are set to play every frame, max playback 24. That means it's going to try and play every single frame but never exceed 24 frames per second. That's really nice because it plays every frame. The problem is that also means that if it goes slower than 24 frames per second, it's not going to try to speed things up. It's going to try to play every single frame. If I change my playback speed here in the preferences to 24 frames per second, right there, this means it's going to try and skip frames in order to keep the frame rate consistent. Now, let's actually go to display, heads up display, and turn on my frame rate. Okay, so my frame rate is actually pretty good. Now you'll notice it's actually going faster. It should still be capping it at 24 though. So I'm not going to be exceeding that. I just wanted to make sure that my animation wasn't playing too slow. Okay, so there we go. I almost feel like the character should be a little further to the edge of screen here. So do I want to move the character further or the camera? I think maybe the character. Maybe around there. One of the overlay images is stuck. You mean the reference here at the very top? Up there? Bip, bip, bip. Or do you mean the... Yeah, it's the reference. I just have it sitting up top here, just so everyone can kind of see it. It's going to be a little bit more useful when we get into the animation part of things. Right now, it's just kind of sitting there. Let's see. Can the tangent cross the curve at some point? I mean, one side of the tangent above the curve and the other side under one key. Let's see. You mean in the graph editor? So, for example, in this here, having it go like this or like this, like over or above. Yeah, you can do that. And if you want to, let's say on this one here, have it so that it's kind of going over on different sides, you can break the tangent. So I select the tangent here and click on this button right there. That'll break the tangent, and now I can adjust either side. And this is going to create a bouncing feeling, a sharp change in direction. So if I hope that makes sense, and I hope that's what you're asking. If not, let me double check. Can the tangent cross the curve? Yeah, so you can definitely cross the curve like that. It really just depends on what shape you want on the curve itself. Typically, if you want more of an ease, you're going to keep the tangents kind of flowing with the curve. If you want a sharper change of direction, you're going to have that kind of one on top, one on the bottom. But it's really just look at the shape of the curve. I don't usually worry about the angle of the tangents. It's more the shape I'm getting in the curve itself. Okay. So I think that's pretty good. I feel like maybe my camera is starting to like go a little too fast at the end. So I'm going to take my rotation Y here and just kind of cap it off here, I think, a little bit. Make it a little bit more linear right there. Just a little bit. So it doesn't keep speeding up, speeding up, speeding up, speeding up. Otherwise, it starts to feel like if the shot was going to continue, the camera's just going to whip around, smack someone. There we go. So let's forget about the camera now. We've been nitpicking on it for too long. At this point, I'm pretty much set to start animating. So let's actually close off our graph editor for now. We've got our character. Actually, since I reoriented him at the end of the shot here, let's actually get this oriented in about the same direction there. Somewhere around there. Okay, cool. So at this point, the next thing I need to do before I start animating is choose whether I set up my constraints. Do I set up my constraints now, or do I set up my constraints later? In some cases, it's actually better to wait to set up your constraints. Just kind of get things in position. So for example, with the bat, I could just put the bat where I want it to be, get the angles I want, all of that stuff, and then just kind of put the hands at the bat, and that's it. And as I'm posing this out, I just kind of repose the hands when I need them. I don't need to set up my constraints right away. And sometimes, like I said, that's actually preferable, because you might not know exactly how you want to set up your constraints system yet. And by kind of blocking out the whole shot first, it'll give you a better idea of when and where you need your constraints. There's nothing wrong with that, especially for first passive blocking. Your constraints do not need to be set up now. In my case, I know what setup I'm going to need for this constraint. In my reference, you can see that the character is holding on to the bat right there. He swings, still holding onto the bat. He lets go with one hand, grabs it up higher, and then throws it. So essentially, I just need the hands to follow the bat. Now, I could have the bat follow the hands, but I personally don't like to do that for objects like a bat or a sword, anything long, because I want to get really precise angles and precise arcs with this object. And if I am having to deal with animating from the pivot point of the hand to get an arc on the tip of the bat working right, it's going to be a nightmare. So I'm going to have the hands constrained to the bat, which makes it very easy because when he switches his hand up higher up, it's still the same constraint. It's just sliding the hand higher up there. The key is that I need a constraint setup that allows me to place the hands on the bat, adjust the hands, and ideally rotate them from the center of the bat because it's a round object. If I'm holding on to a round object, let's say my arm, and I want to do this motion, let's say he's grabbing on and he like adjusts his hand and kind of does that tightening there. I don't want to have to rotate that and then like reposition the hand. So I need to be able to spin it from the center of the bat and then also readjust it so that his hands can actually slide up, or at any point I can just move the hands up or down that bat to readjust the pose. That's going to be the important thing. For the hat just kind of sits on the head. It just sits there until he grabs it. So essentially I'm just going to need the hat to follow the head for the beginning. And then after that, I can either have the hand constrained to the hat and animate the hat, or because the hat's pretty short anyway, and it's not that long, I could have the hand animated and then just have the hat follow for the throw. And that's this part right here. So in this section, either or, it's not super important. In that section, I might actually have the arm lead just so I can get that better overlap of the elbow leading down and then that whip of the throw. So we can set up our constraints right away. Now, there's a question here. That root control moves everything. Wondering how you're going to animate the character. So that root control does animate everything, but the only reason I animated that root control on this version of the character is because it's the previs version of the character. It's the one that's sliding around, just getting my overall positioning of the scene. The actual character here that I'm going to animate, I'm actually going to be animating all the other controls, and I will not touch the root control after it's all set up here. So it's set up here. I'm not going to touch it later on. Now, one thing I do want to do, let's put this at -75. Let's get the hat in position first and just get the constraint on the head. I'm just going to zero this out. And the reason for that is this hat is actually set up to be in position already right there for the character's head. So I'm just going to constrain it to the character's head right here. Now, this rig is set up with a root control here, or right there, I should say. Here's the root control. And then it's actually got other controls that I can animate the hat with. This means that I can constrain the hat to the head with the root control and then still animate it and make small adjustments, make a little like wave of the hat, something if I want to, right there. I still have that ability to animate it. If I didn't have that, what I would want to do is actually add a locator to the hat so that I can still animate it while it's on his head. And we'll do that with the bat and the hands. But for now, let's actually just take the head control. This is the thing that's going to lead. Take the root control of the hat. I'm just going to go to constrain, parent, right there, and make sure maintain offset is turned on. There we go. So with that, if I move the head, the hat moves along. Now you'll notice that the hair is sticking out right there. That's fine. I can just take his hair controls and essentially just hide them afterwards. We'll do that once we do our first pose. For now, I'm just going to ignore it. So there we go. The hat is set up. Now you'll notice that I've got all of these controls for the hat. I don't really want to see these all the time because they're not going to really do anything until I throw the hat. So I could just turn them off, turn off the visibility, or the easiest thing is just add them to a display layer right here. And I'm just going to call this extra and then underscore controls. I like to add a display layer like that for any controls that I might not use right away or might not use during this shot, because now I can just hide that and there we go. And when I do need them, I can just bring them back right there. They're just not getting in the way, especially for this hat that I'm only going to be animating on the last few frames of this blocking here. Okay, so we've got that in place. The hat follows the head. Perfect. At this point, I can move my character back into position. So that was -75, we had said right there. Okay. Now for the bat, I want the hands to follow the bat. So let's kind of get this in position around here. And once again, I want the hands to be able to spin around the center of the bat. And I also want the hands to be able to readjust on the bat. So that already tells me that I will need... Let's see, I could do it with one locator for each hand. That would be the simplest way to do it. But I would prefer to have 2 locators. That way I can make better adjustments. So I'm actually going to recenter the bat here, just so it's in line with the world. Right there. And where'd the bat go? Oh, it's in the center of him. There we go. So let's bring it up here. And let's create our locators. So I'm going to create a locator right there. Move it up. And the reason I'm using locators is simply because it's a nice visual thing that I can see and I can select, versus something like a group, which you could also use, but you can't select them visually, or another control curve like these I could also use, but then it's hard to tell what's actually part of the rig and what I'm using for constraints. Let's see. Oh, and this is actually a good question. How do you keep your reference in front of Maya and still be able to navigate into it? This is actually part of OBS. So it's part of the streaming software. It's like how I've got my webcam here. I just put another window over top so all of you can see it. I actually have my reference on another monitor full screen. So if I go in here, I can actually just turn that on or off, or kind of move it anywhere I want because it's part of OBS. I should have actually mentioned that right at the start. Typically when I'm animating myself and I want to bring reference into Maya, what I will do is add an image plane. So it'll actually be in one of the viewports here. You can also get programs. There was one, I don't know if it works for Windows 10 and 11. I used to use it before, called Always on Top, that you could use to take any program and make sure that it always stayed on top of any other program. So you could take images or videos and just put it over top of Maya, for example, exactly like this, and you could just play through it, all of that stuff. It might still be around. I believe it was free as well. Nowadays, because I have multiple monitors, I don't really need something like that. Another program you can use though, and this is more for images, is PureRef, which is free as well. I think I have a link here. right there. That's great, especially if you like to draw or sculpt like ZBrush and stuff. I use that a lot with ZBrush, just kind of overlaying some images so I can have my reference side by side with my sculpt. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways. This way is just OBS. So what you're seeing is actually not what I'm seeing on my desktop. I actually see behind the window there. So we've got our first locator right here, and this is going to be our pivot locator. Now I have to look at my reference here. His right hand is going to be on top, left hand is going to be on the bottom. Okay. So the reason that's important is I'm going to be naming these. So this is going to be the left hand. I'll just put LH underscore pivot, or I could call it spin because it's going to be spinning around the bat. And then I like to add LOC at the end, locator. So this is my left hand spin locator. Let's duplicate that, move that up. This is going to be the right hand spin locator right there. So these are going to be the locators that in my constraint setup, I can just use and rotate them like this, and the hand will rotate along that bat. Done. Nice and easy. With that, I will duplicate these. So let's duplicate both of these right here. Just move them to the side. And these ones, the exact position is not going to be super important, so I can just kind of move them off there. This is going to be the locators that the hands are actually constrained to. And the reason this is important is that these are going to be parented underneath the spin locators. So like that. Which means that I can take this, imagine that the hand is constrained to this locator here. I can spin this around that pivot point, but at any point, if I need to readjust the hand, maybe I didn't get the position just right on that grip, I can take this locator and just move it, maybe a little higher, a little lower, wherever I want, and it's still going to spin around that center of the bat there. So this just creates a setup that makes it very easy for me to adjust things. So this is going to be the right hand, and what do I want to call this? This is the locator the hand is constrained to. So let's all call this the constraint. And make sure I don't have caps lock turned on. And we'll just call it we'll call it constraint, just for the sake of it, so it's nice and clear. Usually I like to use abbreviations. And then we'll do the same thing here. So that's our constraint locator right there. And they are both parented underneath these locators right there. And then all of these are going to be parented under the offset locator on this bat. So if I take the bat here and turn on the offset control, there's this hidden control that will allow me to change the pivot point on the bat. You can see right there. Now the bat is going to be controlled from that point versus down here. So I want to place these under the offset control, because if I move this, you'll notice how these rise up and down. Well, if I need to adjust the pivot point of the bat while the character is holding it, I don't want the hands to shift along the bat and then have to reposition them, like you can see here. See how as I change this offset, the locators are staying in place? I don't want that. So I'm going to take the locators right here, the spin locators, and parent them underneath the offset right there. Now, as I move that offset, those positions stay. So if I need to rotate the bat for some reason from the middle here, the hands will still stay in position right there. So all of this is just knowing your hierarchies, knowing how to constrain and position things to make your life a lot easier later on. Now I'm actually going to take these two locators right here, and I'm going to freeze their transformations. You'll notice that they shrink Let's scale them up again right there. Actually, undo that. I'm just going to make sure I don't freeze the scale attributes. So modify freeze transformations, turn off scale, apply. There we go. Now it's zeroed out. This way, if I accidentally move these, whoops, over here, I can just zero this out and it's back into the center point there. Okay, so there's my setup for my bat. I've added those extra controls, which will essentially allow me to animate the bat more easily. Now, I'm actually going to orient the root control of the bat here to match the character's orientation. This is just going to make it easier for me to animate the bat here to the character. And we might change the rotation order here as well, but I'm going to worry about that in just a little bit. Let's see. But parenting to the subcontrol, are you not going to have trouble when you have to change a pivot point from the hand to the bat? From the hand to the bat. No, because the hands are going to be following the bat. So all I want is the hand to be able to stick to the bat, and the locators are just going to be controlling all of that. So yeah, I'm not going to have any issues with that for this. Now, actually, one other way you can do this. This is just another alternative. Let's actually undo this here and get that all back into position. And this is another way of setting up if you don't want to parent all of the locators under the hierarchy. Let's take these back out here. So boop, put those out here. I can take my locators and I'm going to group them right there. Let's call this locator group. And actually, we'll call them bat locators. Bat locator group. And I'm going to take this group and I'm going to constrain it to the offset control. So take the offset control, select my group, constrain, parent. Now we get the exact same thing. If I move this, they follow along. If I select my control, they follow along. But the nice thing here is you'll notice that they're not highlighted. They're also very easy to find right here in my outliner. So this is just another way of doing it. It ends up being the exact same things, but I actually kind of prefer this setup a lot of the time because it keeps things a little bit more easy to find. And then once again, freeze those transformations. So it's really up to you. So let's see, let's orient this to match the character right there. -75. And just to answer the question about the Sea Beast, I have heard a lot about it and I'm hoping to actually watch it this week sometime if I have some time. I'm actually really excited for it. I've heard a lot of good things about the animation and I love pirates and like ocean stuff. So yeah, I'm very excited for it. I've seen 1 or 2 clips. I've tried to avoid spoilers and yeah, the animation looks really fun. Okay, so we've got the bat in position here. We've got it all set up for our constraints. At this point, what I can do is get the hands onto the bat. Now, because I have this setup that I've created, I actually don't need to worry about getting the hands absolutely 100% perfect, which is nice. I do not want to have to worry about getting the hands absolutely correct on the very first try. If I have a constraint set up like that, that means I am just going to be fighting things instead of animating. So let's get the hand here in place. And I want to create a quick fist here. Now there's a few different ways you can do this on a rig. I could use the master fist control right here, do that. I never do that personally, unless I'm using the master fist for previs. I just don't use it. I find it just gets in the way. I could pose things manually, or I could use a studio library if you have one. So let's open that up here, and I should actually save as well. Let's see, wait until studio library opens up there. Okay, so save first. There we go. Bring up studio library, and this is basically a pose library of different parts of rigs and whatnot. So I'm going to take the hands right here, and I can just find a fist. So right there. Let's make sure that we set the namespace to be from selection. That'll make sure that it'll select the namespace based on the character I have selected. And now I need to select all the controls to pose. The way I like to do this is just right click on the pose and hit select content. That'll select all the controls that are going to be posed out. And I want both hands. So let's just hit apply. There we go. Hand is in a quick fist that I can now adjust, get into position right here. And I'm going to get the exact height in just a second. The big thing I want to do is just make sure that it feels good here. Something like that. The thumb, I've never held a baseball bat, so I'm actually not sure how you're supposed to hold your thumb. This is where look at reference. I'm not going to do that here because I don't want to waste time for all of you. But later on, I might actually just look at reference to make this just feel a little bit more natural. It might just be a basic grip, but you never know. In sports, like you just hold the ball a specific way just to get the specific curves. Maybe there's different ways that you're supposed to hold the bat. I don't know. I've never played baseball. So I'm just going to curve that in there and then make sure that the fingers aren't cutting through. So this is the important thing with any pose library, You never just hit the pose and then go, and I'm done. There will be times when you add the pose and okay, it's pretty much 99.9% of the way there and you might make one tiny change and then you're done. But you always want to double check that it's actually working the way you want it to work. Don't just accept what it gave you as the default. The big reason for that is if you do just kind of go, oh, and it's done. More often than not, what you're going to get is animation animation just in general that looks like it came from a pose library. It's just going to look default and bland and uninteresting. So don't do that. Try to pose things out in a more natural way. Okay, so we've got that hand in place. I can refine this a little bit later. I'm not going to worry too much about getting all the fingers like absolutely perfect right away here. Can refine that later, but we've got that pretty much gripped. Let's actually center that right there. Okay, that feels good. Now, I need to constrain this to the bat. Let's get this hand done first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my right hand constraint locator right here, and I'm going to position it to match the IK control right there. You don't have to, honestly. I can put this wherever I want. It could be over here, it could be up here. It doesn't really matter. The reason I want to place it in the position of the wrist is because once I constrain this, I won't be able to animate that wrist control. It's going to be locked. It's going to be constrained to the locator. By having the locator in the position of the wrist control, I can essentially move the locator as if it was the wrist. So I'm going to take the locator, then the wrist control, and I'm going to go to modify, match transformations, and I'm going to match the translations and the rotations. I made sure not to set the scaling because that's going to offset or kind of mess up my locator there. So I just matched the translation and rotation. Now it's in position right here. Now I can take the IK control and constrain it to the locator. So take my locator first, then the IK, constrain, parent, there we go. Now if I move my IK control, you can see I'm moving the wrist, and it's like I'm animating it using the IK control. But I also have it, because of my setup that I've done before, I can now take my spin control and do this. And now he can adjust his hand along that position right there. Very nice. Also, as I move the bat, his hand is following along. Yay. Now, there is another control that I could have added if I wanted to, which would be a pivot point along the bat that I can spin from. Because right now, if I adjust his hand, I'm going to have to do this and then readjust it into position there. So it would be nice to have a locator in the center that I can rotate from, essentially something I can do this with. It really doesn't matter too much, honestly. If I really felt it was important, I could just move this down until this is kind of centered. Right there. And now I can just use this to adjust that angle there. The only important thing is I would want to move the up and down using only the world attribute or only the translate Y over here. Otherwise, because I rotated it, let's do this. If I just use my manipulator, you'll notice it goes off of the center right there. So just things to think about as you're positioning things and setting up your constraints. We want to set it up in a way that we have the easiest time animating and that we're not fighting our animation. That's the last thing we want to do. Okay. So let's get the other hand in position here. So I'm just going to open up the hand while it's away here so we don't have all the controls overlapping. So open that up there, open that up here. Just get that in there. It's very nice, quiet music today. At least right now. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to bring the thumb out a little bit right there. Okay. So the hand is pretty much set to go. Actually, one other thing. I always like to use the metacarpals just to kind of squeeze the fingers together, especially when a character is supposed to actually be holding something really tight. It just makes a nice little extra squeeze on that hand. Okay, so now I can bring that hand over right there. Let's rotate it into position here. Get it right where we want it to be. The initial setup on your constraints is going to take a little bit of time because you want to get it, you don't have to get it perfect. Because we have a constraint setup that we can adjust things, it's not imperative that we get it perfect. But the closer we can get it right at the start, the easier it'll be later on to make adjustments. So something like this is pretty good. Okay, so once again, let's take our our left hand constraint locator, match the positions right there, and then constrain the IK to the locator right there. Now our bat is in place. We can position it. So let's say we want to position it in place here like that. And oh shoot, the wrist isn't quite right. I can just take my locator right here, rotate it, done. That's it. So we can very easily readjust things. So for example, if this hand, maybe I want it to be lower right at the knob end there. Boop, there we go. The other hand, same thing. Boop, there we go. Rotate, and actually that was the wrong locator there. This locator, boop. Doot, doot, done. So there we go. We've got a constraint set up that we can very easily animate the hands on the bat without having to fight everything. When the hand has to be repositioned, I can even just slide this up over here to the new position where he has to grab it over there. Done. Very nice, very easy. So the only thing that I would probably want to do here, and I could have done this earlier, is you notice how it's hard to see those locators and I don't know which one to select. It can be tricky to see it, especially with all of these locators in place. What you can do if you ever have that start happening is open up your attribute editor, go to object display, drawing overrides, and you can set a color for the locator here. So for example, I could set this to just pink right there, or I try to avoid yellow, green, and white because those are the selection colors. So I could do that, or I could set it to RGB and actually select any color I want. So I could set that to pink right there. And let's do the other one here. Same thing. And the reason I'm putting it as pink is just so I can very easily see the rotation locators right there. The other locators, I know they are in the center of the wrist control, so those are easy to find. But even then, I could take those, and if I wanted to, maybe put them as blue, so they match the color of the controls that they're with. And this one would be red. There we go. So now I've got everything kind of color coded. Let's save. Okay. So with that, I've got all my controls constrained, all my props set up. I'm pretty much ready to start posing and animating. Yay! It's only been 2 hours and we're ready to do our first pose. So remember at the start when I said, I hope we can get like 1 or 2 poses? This is why. The start of a blocking pass is not just jumping in and animating. The start of a blocking pass of your shot is still planning. There's a lot of planning that goes into animation that goes into making your shots easier to deal with. If I didn't figure out my camera using the previs, I would be fighting my camera later on. I would be trying to get things to work as I'm animating. I don't want that. I'm gonna have to make changes, but I know that overall my base is solid. If I didn't prep my constraints, I would be fighting so many things. I might have to reanimate all the hands if I didn't do my constraint right. By thinking it through now and really planning it out, and this comes with experience. When you first start out, it's going to be hard to know what you need. But as you get more experience, you want to plan these out right from the start so that you don't have to fight everything as you're animating. I want to just animate and get things in place as I'm going. I don't want to fight Maya, fight constraints, fight anything. But at this point, we're ready to do our first pose. Finally. So let's bring our reference back to frame 1 here. And go to frame 1 here. Now, technically, I'm animating starting at frame 6. The reason I'm doing that is just to match my reference. Once I've got my basic timing in place, I can shift all the animation to frame 1. That's just because the reference that I'm using, the first key starts on frame 6. I could have retimed it in there if I wanted to. Let's see. It is surprising that you aren't choosing the model's polys, even though poly selection is turned off, or is not turned off. Okay, so the reason that's actually happening is because of the way I've rigged things. This is actually a good point. So normally when you create something, so let's say this set piece right here, notice how if I select it, I can actually select it and accidentally go, oops, move the plate or move the ground plane or anything else. But you'll notice that in most rigs, when you select it, you'll never select the actual body geometry. That is because there is an override in place on most rigs. If they're rigged, at least to me, correctly, you shouldn't be able to select the geometry by default. If you can, it's just kind of frustrating for me as an animator because I don't want to select that. I want to select the controls. Now, there's a few ways you can avoid that. You can select objects, put them in a display layer, and set the display layer to referenced mode right here by hitting the R right there. I'm not a fan of that because it just fills your scene with display layers. That's okay, but I'd rather not have to deal with a ton of display layers. I want display layers for very specific things. You can go here and turn off your poly selection right there, or surface selection. If you do this, you will not be able to select any NURBS or polygon objects. This is my usual go-to if I'm just animating quickly. But if I am making a... is the bat too small? It's just the perspective. This is actually the... If you're actually looking at the scale of a bat, this is actually correct based on all the measurements and to this rig. Now, visually, I could actually scale this up too, but now I'm getting off topic. We can always scale this bat up if we wanted to a little bit. Right here, where did I put the master scale? Put it on this. Or did I not? Oh yeah, there you go, master scale. So I could always scale this bat up if I wanted to, make it a little bit bigger. But anyway, sorry, I got distracted. When I am setting up a scene or setting up a prop and I want to make sure that I don't accidentally select things and I don't forget to turn off the visual or the surface selection here or have to create display layers, what you can do is create a display override on the object, or preferably for me, on the group that the objects are in. So for example, the ground plane right here, this ground plane, I set up under a set group right there. Now for the set group, what I did is I went to the attribute editor, go to display, drawing overrides, and I set the display type to referenced mode. This is the same as setting your display layer to referenced mode. That's what it's doing. And when that happens, anything within that set cannot be selected. So, for example, if I take my plate here, and let's actually call this the plate, I can just drag that into the set, and now I can't select it. Done. And whenever I'm creating props, you'll notice that all the geo is within a group right here, and that group also has that display override or drawing override set. So this means that I never have to worry about selecting any geometry. And if I do want to select the geometry, I can select it either in the outliner here, or if I need to animate it or do something with it, I can always just select the group right there, turn off the override, and now I can select things. In most cases, I'm almost never going to need to animate these or move them. So that's fine. And if I do, I would do a slightly better setup for them by actually rigging them or setting up some sort of control to animate, let's say for the plate, if I wanted to slide that around or something. So I hope that answers the question there, and makes sense. For me, it's all about making sure that I don't move things that I shouldn't and that I don't have to worry about them as I'm animating. Once again, keeping things simple. If I'm always having to worry about, okay, select everything. Oh wait, now deselect the hat, deselect the bat, make sure I don't select this or that. Ugh, I hate that. I want to just go, set a key, done. That's it. So with all of that, let's actually start posing out our first pose. So the way I'm going to set my first key is I could just click and drag to select all of this and hit S to set a key, but there are controls that I'm not seeing right now that I do want to make sure I set a key. So I'm going to actually open up my GUI picker, and I'm going to have that open as well, just to make sure I'm setting global keys. Now, a nice little trick with the GUI picker, I don't think I've ever shown this on stream, so it's going to be interesting here, is if you have your GUI picker set up and you've downloaded all your GUI picker files, a nice thing to do is go into the options here and let's see, I have to remember where it is exactly. Under preference right here, you can set your project folders where your GUI picker files are saved. So for me, that's this one right here. I set the folder where I have all my GUI picker files saved to. Why is this helpful? Well, with this active, all I need to do is select a control on my rig and hit this magnifying glass icon. And what it will do, if it, oh, it's not going to work here. Okay, find load picker. There we go. It's not going to work because I'm using my 2023. Dang it. The first time I want to show it and it's not set up correctly. Okay, so all you need to do is click that button when it's set up correctly. And let me actually see if I can do that super quick. And it's going to just find your picker and load it in for you. So let me double check here. So AM files, there we go. No, wait. GUI pickers is, I always have it saved in a weird location. A studio library. The joys of going, hey, you know what? I'm going to show students my everyone 2023. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a cool demo. And then forgetting that it's going to break everything else that I want to show. Let's see. Where do I have my picker files? Okay. Let's see. Interesting. For some reason, my GUI picker files are missing. Let me find those here. Okay. Technical issues. Yay. To be fair, that's animating. There's always going to be technical issues. Okay. So, let's see. Should be there. So why is it not working? I literally tested this yesterday. Let's see. Select the control. Okay. Yeah, I think I know why. It's because I changed the namespace on the character. I think that's what's causing it to break here for 2023. So that's actually a good thing to know. So if that doesn't work, I can just load the picker. The old-fashioned way. So I'm just going to, let's see, open a picker. And go to my folder right there. It's always sad. It's the walk of shame when it's like, look at this cool tool. Look at this. It's going to save you so much time. Wow. Hype it up. And then you have to go, okay, let's do it the old fashioned way. Oh. Okay, there we go. So normally if you don't name your namespace, I'm going to have to double check this later on. You would just set your directory, hit the find and load picker. It'll find the rig for you and any other rigs that you have in your scene. load them and set the namespaces correctly for you. It's really nice when it does work. When it doesn't, well, as you can see, you just do it the old-fashioned way. So here's our picker. Yeah. So let's see. With this, all I need to do is select or hit the select all button, and now I can just key all my keys right there, or all my controls, I should say. And this is very nice for me because there are hidden controls. There's the FKIK controls, all of these things. Now I know that those are keyed and I'm not going to accidentally miss anything. Especially the facial controls. Not that that's super important right now, but I'd rather make sure that I don't miss anything. So with that in place, let's actually do one thing before we start posing the character, and that's set the hair. So I'm going to turn on the hair controls here, and these will definitely need to be keyed. But for now, I'm not going to worry too much about the keys. And I'm just going to rotate them into his head, essentially. So we're just going to hide all of that hair. And they're going to be rotated into his head. We're not going to see them. That's fine. I can take this control here. Yeah, just translate it. And it's going to take a little bit just kind of finding all the hairs to push in. Right through there. I'm not going to spend too much time like obsessing over this. But essentially what I will then do is, as he lifts his hat off of his head, all I need to do is reset the controls and have the things boop, pop back up. And there we go. We'll have that nice animated hair. Okay, let's see. Make sure there's that one strand. Which one is it? There we go. And that one. If I can't hide it, that's not a problem. I can just kind of move the hat in place. So take the hat here, just kind of nudge it forward right there. Done. There we go. So with that, he's wearing his hat. We don't have the hair sticking out, and I'll just be able to animate it for like those 2 frames when he takes off his hat, animate the hair popping back into place. So let's turn those controls off there. I can turn off the hair control visibility because we're only going to need that later on in the shot. And voila. So with this, I should be all set to go. So let's get our first pose in here. So the first thing I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to set his head direction right here. Make sure he's looking in the right direction, set the head angle here. The reason for that is just so I can kind of angle the body to match and get that to work correctly. Let's see, the other thing I kind of want to do here before I go too far is let's turn on the facial controls, and I'm going to take the eye controls here. Let's pull those out. I don't want to go too far on the facial pass on this first blocking pass because a lot of facial posing is dependent on the camera angle and how the character is positioned to the camera. So if I start going into like a lot of depth on the facial stuff, it's just going to mean more work that I have to kind of do later on and redo later on. So I'm going to try and leave that kind of basic for now. And then later on I can refine them, but I need the eye direction. The eye direction is very important. So we've got the character here. They're going to be squatting down, leaning forward. You'll notice that the arms are going to be a little bit wonky here. That's fine. I can just take this elbow PV and move it out there. Let's do the other one too. Okay. So I'm not worried too much about the upper body right now. The big thing I'm worried about is just getting the legs working here, getting his balance correct, and then thinking of the spine here. So this is where you want to analyze your reference, really pay attention to what you are seeing in your reference. Look at reference from different angles, even if it's not the shot that you're animating right now. You want to kind of understand the posing as much as you can. So one thing I'm definitely seeing is that he has his weight shifted on his back leg quite a bit here. He's not centered between both legs. He's got his weight shifted over. His hips are kind of curved inward slightly. And then his back is rotated in. Now, this is another thing that we have to think about. How are we going to animate the hips? Are we going to be animating them using the cog control here, using the FK control, or using the IK controls? Well, if I'm using the FK spine, I typically want to use the FK hips. I try not to mix and match as much as I can. But now, at what point do we use the FK hip versus at what point do we use the cog? And I think for this shot, because of the mechanics, we're going to be using a mixture of them, but predominantly the cog, so that we can get a lot of the angles in a little bit more easily right there. Now, at this time, can we add exaggeration to the shot? Yes. So at this point, this is where you want to start exaggerating certain things, especially if you're doing a cartoony shot. Like if I'm doing a cartoony shot, I might bring him like really low here. I might change up a whole bunch of the posing so that we really get that bend in the body, and he's like bent in half, and I just selected the control there that I shouldn't have. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's because of the constraint on the bat there. So I could bend him in half here. I could do all sorts of things. You can start to push and exaggerate your poses now, definitely. And I would be doing that throughout the whole process. Now, I'm not going to try to sculpt the poses just yet. Sculpting the pose essentially means going through and make sure I have the right control select. Actually, here, this is a good point. Notice how, wait, I just constrained everything. Why isn't the hand, why aren't the hands following the bat? What happened? I broke something. The reason that's happening is because I set a key on the hands, on the IK hands when they were constrained. And that means that it's added this blend parent. This is default behavior when you key something that's constrained. You just want to make sure that's turned back on right there. Essentially, Maya is giving you a control that lets you switch between keys and constraints. So I just need to turn that back on. There we go. We're back into position there. So I'm just going to get the bat approximately the right height here. Let's see, how far away is that going to be? It's definitely closer to the shoulder here. I kind of want to angle it maybe a little further back here. Keep that silhouette from the head. Something like that. Let's bring that elbow down. The pose is going to be very rough for a while here, but that's fine. This elbow is going to be much lower here. Like that. Let's get that shoulder in place, the clavicle. That's going to help a lot. And this one's going to be raised up. There we go. Clavicles make such a difference. Always make sure you're animating your clavicles. What's the difference between the top and middle spine curve? How are they supposed to move if they represent a solid ribcage kind of object? Well, the thing is, our ribcage is solid to a point. It actually does flex. Our ribcage actually does bend and shift. That's why you have controls up here, because we do want some sort of flex happening there. It's why we have a rib cage, where it's actually separate bones and not just a rib plate or a rib box. That's just a solid just frame around our internal organs. They flex, and there's going to be a little separation, a little bit of flex. I say, how many times can I say flex? There's going to be flex in the ribs. So we do want those controls there, and we do want to move them. For me personally, what I like to do is I select all 3 controls together and move them as one whole. And then later on in Polish, I can go in and reduce the top control and increase the lower control to get a more natural spine while still keeping the whole spinal column moving as one unit. And it just makes things a little easier to polish and refine. Yes, it is okay to translate them. This would start going into exaggeration and like pushing your squash and stretch, pushing your overlap. You're not going to translate them like just on a day-to-day thing. Like let's say just a walk. Unless you're doing a really cartoony walk, it would be very weird to see that translation. But if I'm doing a really exaggerated pose and I want him to really squash down here, or like maybe his Looney Tune style and like the cannonball goes for his head and he just kind of squashes down, I could go all the way if I wanted to and just like flatten him out. So yes, it's totally okay to translate. You just need to make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. And usually that's exaggeration. So one thing I want to do here is I'm trying to think of the twist of his body, and he's going to be pulling back this way slightly. So let's see, how is this feeling? Feel like this foot needs to come back out a little bit more this way. So right now what I'm doing is I'm not worried too much about like the visual appeal of the pose. That's definitely something I'm going to be working on. But the main thing that I'm focused on right now is more just getting the pose in the general position. That way I can, let me put it this way. I'm going to try and get a few poses in place roughly and quickly in here. That way I know that the motion, the framing, all of that is working correctly. And then from there, I can move into actually refining the poses. If I spent like the next 2 hours trying to refine this pose and just make it absolutely perfect and oh, it's going to be the best pose ever, only to find out that, oops, I need to readjust it later on because something has changed, that's a waste of time. So I'm trying to get this in pretty quick here. Okay, so something like that. I'm already kind of feeling like my camera needs to be rotated a little bit more, but we're not going to worry too much about that. It doesn't have to match the reference, honestly, 100%. In many cases, I would actually rather avoid matching the reference. It really just depends on what you're animating. Are you animating this as a demo reel piece, in which case we want to just make the animation work best for itself? Or are you doing a master study, in which case we would want the animation to work well and match the camera a little bit more so that we can get that nice connection in there. So here I'm trying to add that contrapposto to the shoulders. Bring this back here a little bit. So we get that nice curve in the body there, that line of action right through. His neck is a little long. I've talked about this a lot in my classes. Rigs tend to have very long necks. Most rigs tend to have very long necks. And the reason for that a lot of the time is proportions. The characters' heads are very large, especially if you're doing more cartoony styles or like the more, I guess, Disney style big heads. And from the front view and from front camera angles, they scale up the head so it, they scale up the neck, make it longer so it matches the proportions of the head. It looks good. The problem is when you go to a side view, suddenly that neck can look really long. It's almost like they're a giraffe. So it is okay especially if you're going to go to the side view, scale down that neck a little bit, make it a little shorter. As long as the audience never notices, it's totally fine. We need to make sure that the character is as appealing as possible and that they stay on model. That's the important bit. Okay. I think this is pretty good. I feel like the character, they've lost a little bit of their balance. So I'm going to just kind of bring them back here. Let's see. The bat's a little close. Okay, we're gonna go there for now. Okay, let's go to our next key pose here. That's not that one. This one. Now, the thing is, this is my very first blocking pass. Very, very first. I could block in a lot of the poses. So the poses we have here are here. He comes down, goes to swing. We get the swing in here. And actually, I'm missing one right here. There it is. Right there. So key there. So he swings, follows through, and then throws the bat right here. And there's an extra pose right there. There we go. So these are our keys right here in our reference. Now I could try to just go straight ahead through all of these as we have them in our reference. The problem with that is there's some areas where it's very small changes. Like right here, he kind of leans over and he touches the ground right there. Now that's great to have in there, but my very first pass here, I want to make sure that this shot reads correctly, that my camera angle is working, that all of the big things are working before I start going into the like little details. So I'm actually going to go for the big moments first, kind of get a general block out of those, and then come back in for the smaller moments afterwards, if that makes sense. So I'm actually going to go to the swing here because I want to see how he's going to spin around and how that's going to work with my camera angle right there. So I'm going to take all of this, set a key. Let's key everything here as well. And get that posed out right here. So one thing I like to do when I'm trying to figure this kind of stuff out is just go into my reference and frame back and forth and try to see what are the big changes that I'm seeing. And the big thing that I'm seeing is the foot moves, definitely. And the hips shift over, spin and rotate, and the whole body tilts. And we get that nice, strong line right through, that diagonal on the character. So let's move the character's foot here. Twists forward there. And the back foot is going to pivot, and let's actually look at the back foot. It comes through, spins, and then the toes press down. Okay. So let's do this right here. Foot roll. It's going to be right on the tip of the toes. Right there. And then we're going to use toe twist to just get that angle in there. And already I can see that my camera, I kind of want a little bit more of a front view on the character, because as I'm twisting this for the swing, I'm feeling like he's going to point to camera a little bit too much. So let's get this bat in place here. Gonna swing over. He's gonna look so broken. That's fine. Hips twist. They move forward. Let's get that knee in place here. I wouldn't say it's the fun part, but it's always interesting when you're blocking out a pose to see it go from like absolutely broken and then kind of slowly piecing it together. afterwards. So it's coming through here. Let's see. The hands of the bat are gonna be like so, approximately. Definitely gonna have to push that. He's leaning back as he swings. So I want that line right through there. And let's actually reset the spine. So this is actually something I like to do quite often, is I'll reset the spine on the poses, especially big changes, so that I can break it down more efficiently. So his spine, he's actually bending back slightly here. Let's see, he's a little too far back here. Okay, so we get that. So what I'm doing here is, as I'm blocking this out, I want to get the feeling of motion in here. What areas are moving, what aren't? How can I push it more? I feel like this foot's moving a little too much. So let's kind of bring it back here. And then look at your reference. So what I'm feeling on the reference is his hips need to go forward. And we feel the head actually going back slightly. So that's going to give us our contrasting motion. As he swings the bat forward, the head actually goes backwards. And if we don't do that, what ends up happening is everything is just going to slide in this kind of boring way. So by making sure that visually I can feel his head kind of going back the other way, I'm going to help to create that feeling of visual contrast in there. Okay, now as he's swinging, let's actually get the neck in place here. The neck's going to come forward. The head is going to tuck down and in here. It's going to look creepy with the eyes just kind of staring like this, but that's fine. Okay. Let's actually get his shoulders kind of working here. Once again, zero them out. That way I can pose them out without the influence from previous poses. Where's his elbow PV? Here it is. Don't be afraid to zero things out and reset things. It makes it a lot easier than having to try and just kind of fight the rig all the time. Okay. Now the angle of the bat is going to be very important here. If we look at the reference, we can kind of see a straight line from his right shoulder, the one that's closer to the camera, and into the bat here. It's not a perfect line, but I do want a little bit of that right there. Now the bat should actually be dragging here a little bit because he's leading with his body. So I would want this to be a little bit more of a lead there. I can always use the clavicles right here to straighten the arms as I need or bend them. So I'm not too worried about that right there. I do feel like one hand needs to be higher than the other like this. And you'll notice that the wrists are breaking here. This is where our locators can come in. I'm not going to do this perfectly right here, but I can adjust this like so. to get that hand to essentially break less and get that more natural bend in the wrists here, like that. And then I'll pose out the fingers so we feel that bend in there. I'm not going to worry too much about that just yet. The main thing I want to get is the overall motion before I start fighting the wrists here. Okay. So overall, that's not too bad for a... and hey, Lucas, geez, thank you so much for the gifts. Aw, thank you so much. Hello, hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Jeez, thank you. And a Flowcube, yeah, let's break his spine efficiently. Yes, it's the best way to do it. If you're going to break your character's spine, you want to make sure you're doing it right. Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Now we get to hear the song. Yeah. So let's go through here. And overall, I think this pose is working fairly well. I can try to balance him out a little bit more here. I want to get that straight leg over here. So let's actually push this a little bit more. One thing I don't want to feel is that leg stepping forward too much. If we look at the reference, this is a more side view. And see how the foot doesn't really slide that far. It's taking a step, but it's like just a little bit further than the width of the foot. Not the length of the foot, but the width of the foot. The heel is kind of in line with where the foot used to be. And this is very important because the character isn't taking a step, it's more of a slide of the foot. So I want to make sure that I keep that into consideration. I don't want the character to feel like they are taking a huge step forward right here. I want that feeling of adjustment. And this is also very important because it means that the character gets to put more weight on the back foot right there. And we get a stronger bend in that leg here. Something like that. Okay. So we've got that in place, and you'll notice the poses are rough. I am not, absolutely not, trying to make these poses perfect and really pushing all of the line of action and everything yet. I want to get close. I don't want to skimp out on it and just kind of not think about it. But I also don't want to try and get everything, how to put this? I don't want to try and get everything perfect only to have to change it later on anyway. So general line of action. The bend of the body here is definitely not quite right. Need to bring this back a little bit. Lead a little bit more with the shoulder here. Let's get that bat in place there. Okay. I think this shoulder can come down just a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna go with that for now. Again, don't try to be perfect here. That's not the goal of this very first blocking pass. Or I should say, not the first goal. The main goal of this blocking pass right now is to make sure that things are working and that they read correctly. From there, we can start refining things. Okay. So let's go, he swings here. I could go into potentially the reset there, but I kind of want to go onto this step. Let's see, he swings. I guess I should actually put this in here. Because this is going to be the reaction. We want to be able to read that correctly from the camera angle. So let's actually get that in here too. So now, how does this work from the previous pose? So if we kind of look at this here, his foot continues to rotate. The other one kind of presses down on the ground while also continuing to rotate. His hips rotate quite a bit, and his body really goes a lot there. You really feel that twist, and the bat is now pointing the other way. Okay, so let's kind of get the foot position here. Now, the controls you use for the feet are up to you. You can use the ball twist attributes, you can use the main control, whatever you want. There's no like right or wrong way. For me personally, I typically like to just animate the main foot controls. The big reason being, I like to have that specific control on the foot. I want to really be able to just pose it myself without having like 6 different controls that I'm trying to position this foot with to get it working. Okay. Now, one thing that I'm seeing here as I'm moving them is both feet kind of feel like they're moving about the same. See that, how they wiggle back and forth from the shot camera, and it's just like they're both just doing the same motion. I don't really want that. I want one foot to feel like it moves more than the other. That way it creates a little bit of an offset and a little bit of visual interest. So let's look at our reference. And I'm just going to go back and forth between my poses. Which foot feels like it moves more? Well, definitely the screen left foot. Screen right foot just kind of nudges itself forward, slightly and a little to the side. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to reduce the amount of motion I had on the screen right foot. Right there, maybe a little less. And again, the exact positioning doesn't really matter. Right here. There we go. And then the other foot, that's the one I'm going to really have move. Like that. So now we feel the one foot move quite a bit and the other one's just a little bit, which I could probably move a little bit more. But something like that. Okay. And I think I could twist this a little bit more. Really get that feeling that his leg has twisted kind of it behind almost like that. Okay, so we've got the feet in here. The hips are straightening out. The body is straightening. Once again, let's reset the spine. And then twist that. We want to see his back. And his hips are going to twist around as well. Now, from this camera angle, we're not going to see his back because obviously we're starting to break him. So this tells me that I am definitely going to have to try and move my camera as we go through this. The camera angle that I have just isn't quite matching what I want. Okay, so he's going to be twisting this way. The spine is going to twist. Oops, make sure I got the right controls. Doot, doot, doot. There we go. This way. He needs to kind of go a little bit more. Let's see. What are his hips doing? Here. they're going backwards. So he essentially pushes forward onto that leg and then falls back onto the back leg as his body then goes forward. That's a little too much. So something like that goes forward, back. Okay. Probably back there a little bit, kind of keep that momentum. So you'll notice I'm looking at the character from multiple angles, really trying to understand what it is I'm seeing and the mechanics that I'm seeing. Now he's a little off balance there, so I'm gonna have to adjust that. I feel like the hips should actually probably come this way. Yeah, there we go. Now the bat is feeling definitely a little off because it's still facing forward. Is it true that layered method is faster than post pose? It depends. That's really the biggest answer. In many cases, it's faster because it allows you to kind of get one thing working right and then kind of build off of that. So because of that, let's see, my wrists are all messed up here. Because of that, it allows you to get a lot of animation for free, which makes it faster. But it really depends on what you're animating. There are certain motions where trying to do the layered method is just going to break your animation and just kind of be a pain to deal with. So yes and no. And this actually goes for every animation method. So you have layered, you have pose to pose, you have straight ahead. There's no one faster way to do things. And no, like, you have to do it this way or else you're doing it wrong kind of thing. It's whatever works best for you and works best for that situation. So for me personally, I do really love the layered method, but it's not going to be my go-to all the time. And Flowcube, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So, for example, when I'm animating quadrupeds, that is something that I will almost exclusively use the layered animation with, because it just makes sense for how quadrupeds move. With something like this, I could use the layered method, but one of the problems is the silhouette is going to have to be so precise, and I want certain things out of this that if I try to use layered, it might be very hard to get exactly what I want unless I really know what I'm doing. And what I mean by I really know what I'm doing, like in terms of the mechanics of the character's body, of the like baseball pitches and all of that, it can be very hard to make all of that read correctly through this. So the layered method here, I would probably end up fighting my posing a lot more just trying to use it. Whereas pose to pose, I can make sure that my posing works right, that everything feels correct, and that I'm getting good silhouettes, good just overall motion through everything. So yeah, I know that's kind of a vague answer, but that's pretty much it. It's whatever works best for the situation. Okay. So my camera angle, I definitely feel like it needs to move here, because this angle here, I'm not getting the line of action I want. Whereas if I move my camera like a little bit more over here, I'll be able to get that line in the body more easily. Now, one thing I'm also losing is his silhouette of the body right there. See how it's twisting too much? I want to exaggerate that a little bit less there. Let's see. Do you keep the arms and IK for two-handed swings? In this case, yes. Just because it's going to be easier to deal with than FK. See, I kind of want to make the arm here press in. See how in the reference, his arm is like pressed right up in there? I kind of want to make sure I get that in there. And then this elbow is tucked right into the body there. He's going really all out with this swing. Let's take that bat. It's going to be a little broken, but I don't really mind that. As long as I get the feeling across. That's the important thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The foot also needs to have a little twist in there, but I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. I want the camera to be more here. So I'm using my perspective camera right now to kind of get an idea of where I want the camera position to be. I want a 3/4 to his face here, and then swings across like so. Yeah, right around there should be good. But let's block in a few more poses, and then it'll make it easier to pose our camera. So I'm going to put in, let's say 56. This is going to be a good one for starting the walk. And you'll notice that, again, these poses are rough and they do not look great. Like, okay, there's a line of action, there's certain elements, but they're not really that good. These are just quick poses, not just throwaway poses that are absolutely awful, but just poses that I can use. Let's see, the foot actually comes back here a little bit for this right there. These are poses that I can just use as a quick guide. You can almost think of it like a halfway between blocking and previs. So I'm using this as a way of figuring out what I need to do, but I've already gotten most of it close. Now, if we move the camera, will everything change? Yes. So things will change, but I can move it in a way that I can, well, let me put it this way. I can take the root control here, and I can just reposition this right there, like so. And now all my camera moves, I'll have to delete the animation here. Let me actually, before I move that, I'm just going to delete the keys on this. So I can just kind of move this where I want, and all the animation of the camera still retains itself. This is, again, why a rig is so much better than just a single camera. So I could do something like that, and then essentially just kind of get my character to follow this new position. And all my camera moves, I might have to make some small adjustments, but that's it. Done. There you go. So there might be certain things that I might need to change a little bit, but this is why I want to get as many poses as I can here roughed out, so that I can just make this big global change, move the camera, and then make any small adjustments I need to do. Now, if you were animating a single camera, that's where it becomes hard because now you've got all of these keys and the camera's moving and all of this stuff. And now you need to make a global move. You can't really do that. And that gets very tiring because then, especially if it's moving on a diagonal, it's a nightmare. So camera rigs are great. If you only have a single camera, what I would do is take your camera and add it to a group and then move that group, and then all your camera positions will be retained and any movement that you animated. Yeah, so Blaze, exactly. So you got there ahead of me, I think. So you would just group your camera first before moving it. As long as you have that kind of global mover. And this is why it's important that all rigs have a global mover. Because even for this character, if I find out later that, you know, he should be closer to the plate, instead of having to switch all my keys, I can just go, rip, there we go. He's closer to the plate. So yeah, very, very important to have those types of things. Okay, so he switches his foot here. Let's get the hips in position. I'm going to zero out the rotations on the hips. I like to zero things out because it makes sure that I'm not fighting any weird distortions. Okay. Now he lets go with his left hand. So let's actually bring the bat in front of him first. So that's the blue hand right here. I can either set the arm into FK mode, just like that, or turn off the constraint. Because of... Let's zero the bat out here. Because... Let's see. I could animate either or. I kind of prefer animating arms in FK a lot of the times, at least for the first pass. So I think I'm going to keep... I'm just going to switch to FK right there. And what's up with this elbow here? There we go. Now it's working. Now this hand, he's got to grab up higher onto the bat. So all I need to do is take my offset control right here and then whoop, move that so the bat is pivoting from around, right around there should be pretty good. And then take this control right here. Whoop, there we go. Now I can just animate the bat from here and he's grabbed on. Done. So this is really nice. This is again why you want that nice constraint setup right from the start. It's going to make your life a whole lot easier. Okay, let's reset a lot of the pose here. So reset the clavicles, reset the spine, reset the head. Donkey Kong 64 was one of those games that a lot of people aren't a huge fan of. And I can see why. There's some issues with it. But I really love Donkey Kong 64. There's just something about it that, even just the music, it's so inspiring to me for some reason. Okay, let's get the hips in position first. So make sure his knee is pointing in the right direction. He's shifting his weight over top of this leg, but his hips are still kind of over to the side there. And then he's using his body weight to kind of balance himself here. And his eyes are going to be creepy for a while, so we just have to ignore that. A lot of times, if you do find that your characters just are looking a little creepy, especially with the eyes, what can be helpful is just close the eyes. Actually, just take your eyelid controls, close them there. It just makes it so that you're not having to stare at creepy eyes the whole time. Okay, so he's taking a quick step here. Once again, broken knee. Yep. This foot is coming forward. taking a step. Now, I want to keep in mind, what is he doing? He's throwing this bat. So his clavicle here, which seems... Yeah, I didn't reset that there. That's better. It should be kind of leading the motion up because he's about to throw this thing. So it should be going up there. And his weight is kind of shifting up to help throw that. Now his spine is going to counter the motion of his hips here to help keep himself balanced, kind of over there. And then this arm is coming from off the bat, I believe. Yeah. So he lets go of the bat right here, and his arm is swinging back. And I could just take the hand here, and let's open up our pose library, and just open up that hand. So let's go with, let's select the contents here. So I'm going to go with relaxed pose right here. Select content. I only want to do this hand, so I'm going to deselect the other hand there. Hit apply. There we go. So do you have to pose out the hands? Meh, not really. But I always like to pose out the hands as much as I can, even if it's just a quick placeholder hand position, because hand positions and hand poses really influence a character's personality and kind of subtext. And if we don't pose those out, it can kind of throw off our perception of the shot and the moment. So I would much rather... He's kind of got to lean forward here. I would much rather kind of get a quick hand pose that's just there in place versus just kind of guessing and hoping. Actually, this, I'm a little too far forward. My pose in the reference was too far. So let's get this over here. Arm bent. The bat. I'm following the reference pretty closely here, but then I'm going to adjust it later as I need. The big thing right now is just kind of getting the global idea in there. He's walking forward, so I do want him a little lean forward there. Okay, how does this feel? Not bad. His foot's slipping a little too far back here, I feel. It was feeling like it almost reset itself backwards. Let's see. How did you do that reference in the small window? That's OBS. It's the same thing as how I have my webcam here, or the video or the audio player there. It's just OBS. So I actually have my reference open full screen on another monitor. And this is why I can still draw over top of it right there, because it's just on another monitor. So if you wanted to do that yourself, you can actually get a program. There used to be a free one called Always on Top that you could get, and it would just make any program stay on top. So you could put it there. Or if I wanted to do this in Maya, I would just put an image plane in Maya right there. And have the window right within Maya. So yeah, it's a little bit of a cheat there. Okay, so we've got that right through here. I do want that line of action going through there. I feel like his head, because he's got such a big cartoony head, is a little too far over to the side. So we've got that. Okay. Now let's get another few poses in here. So I'm going to get this pose in here. The reason for that is I want to get a little bit of the walk in place. And let's see. Actually, do I need to? This really depends on how you want to animate. So I could, let's actually make sure I set a key on everything here. I could go every contact pose and animate the walk this way, where I essentially kind of animate it like I would do a walk assignment. And that's not a bad thing. But at the same time, the actual positioning of the feet doesn't really matter. A lot of the time, you can kind of just adjust it for your walk based on the character's overall hip movement. Get the words out there. So I could animate all the different contact poses here, but I could also just animate the hips kind of moving through the scene, and then later on match the feet to that movement. So this is where it's up to you, and it's kind of your choice. What do you want to do for this animation? How do you want to animate it? For this first step, I'm actually going to do this here, where I actually animate him going forward slightly, because it's going to help give me that direction around the plate that I want. Let's see, this arm comes back here. But then afterwards, once he's done this, I can kind of simplify it, and I'm not going to worry too much about... Let's see. Oh, and it looks like I lost the hand pose for some reason. Oh, did I not have it keyed? Well, that's easy enough to do. That's why we have the pose library. So select content. Boop. Apply. Set a key. There we go. You can set it to key it for you, I believe. Yeah, right here. If you set that option right there. And then when you use the pose library, it'll key things as well. So let's kind of keep that open there. Maybe not straighten that too much. Okay. There we go. If you're moving only the hips, how do you know what distance should it trace and how high from the ground it should be? That's the thing. You don't really need to be super accurate with it, especially with an acting shot. You can just get the feet to match the speed that you're getting the hips to move. So the steps might be a little wider, a little shorter. It doesn't really matter in the end. As for the height, well, you can adjust that at any time when you start blocking in the feet. So if the legs need to be a little, or the hips need to be a little higher so the legs don't bend, you just move it higher later on, or bring it lower if the legs are not quite hitting correctly. So it's not crucial. And that's kind of the weird element of that, is realizing that a lot of it is not super important. When you're doing a walk assignment, that's a little different. Like if you're doing a vanilla walk or something like that, or doing a walk for a pose library, that can be a little different depending on what project you're working on, because you might want a very specific distance for each step. But for something like this, I don't really care about the exact distance of each step. Like, really, what is the audience looking at? The distance of each step and making sure that that's accurate to the reference, or him walking off really angrily. And if he has to take an extra step or take shorter steps or longer steps, doesn't really matter. So it's kind of knowing your project at this point and knowing what you need versus what you want. And really what I want is just some nice, simple blocking here that I'm not having to, what's the right word? try and fight every single frame through this. See, I'm definitely going to have to look at the mechanics of that throw here because I'm just kind of putting things in super roughly. Let me actually double check his foot. I feel like, yeah, his back foot's definitely going to have some motion in there. I'm just going to block this in roughly. His foot right here is kind of going off to the side and then it flattens out right there. And I'll just add a little bit of toe twist right there. Okay, how's this feeling? Okay, not bad. We've got him stepping here. Now, at this point, let's go to the next contact pose, which would be 78. Let's key everything here. And at this point, the other hand is going to let go. So I'm going to set this. This is going to be an FK, or sorry, an IK still, because he's going to be reaching for his hat. So I want to easily pose that to the hat. So I'm just going to turn that blend parent off right here. And now I can take the bat and just kind of move it to the ground here. I don't really care where it's going at this point because I need to know his arm motion and the swing downwards to figure out how it's going to bounce. So I'm just putting it out of the way for now. But then his other hand here, let's get a pose. He's going to be going for a grip. So let's go for a pose that kind of gets us part of the way there. I think it's going to be kind of an open pose like that. I think relaxed pose F is going to work well. So select the content, do that, apply, there you go. And it keyed it for me now that I have key turned on. Now, are these poses going to be my final poses? No. These are just kind of placeholders for this first pass, just to make things read a little bit more clearly. Okay, now I have to move his whole body here, so it's not too important that I get this right. So in terms of his character, he's going to walk off and he's still going to be rotating out slightly. He's not going to walk in a straight line from here. He's actually going to make sure I get that knee PV in place. Poses look so twisted a lot of the times. Don't be afraid of that. When you're posing things out, I've seen a lot of animators when they first start out, there's this kind of fear of letting the poses get twisted and fear of like having a pose not look good. It almost always has to look good all the time, even as you're posing it. No. Poses are going to look broken. Poses are going to look distorted as you start working. As long as you kind of keep in mind your goal and work from the root outwards. So when I say root, the hips, and work your way out, you're going to get there in the end. So right now I'm just kind of quickly doing some posing. Let's actually get the foot to push off a little bit here. Something like that. Maybe a little less far. Okay. Now on this, I do want that nice, like, he's angry, so his legs are going to be much straighter here. You can see it in the reference, how that back foot is really stretched out and straight there. This is not a vanilla walk. This is an angry walk. Okay. Now he's standing up straighter here. So let's reset that spine. Because if we look at that reference, what he's doing is he's kind of straightening out, grabs that cap, and here you can really feel that body bending the other way before he curves in again here. So you get that reversal. Okay. So let's kind of get him leaning forward, but starting to come back here. Make sure his hips aren't bent too far back there. I'm using the cog control to get all my rotations for now. I might switch that out as we go further along, and I might use the actual FK hip. Right now, something's not right here. There we go. Something didn't reset. Right now, the big thing I'm worried about is just getting the overall posing in place. So I'm not too worried about, what's the word I'm looking for? About which control is which just yet. Again, this is very rough. As I go through, I can refine the poses and kind of make choices that are going to make my life easier on which control I use. Make sure that clavicle is in place. Okay. So he comes through here. He starts to move. At this point, this is where the camera would want to catch up with them. This hand should be a little straighter here. Okay. From there, let's go to the next contact. So we've got that contact and then this contact here. So we've got two poses really left to go. So let's just do that super quick. I don't need to key the bat anymore. So let's leave that alone. Okay, so this foot is rolling this way. This foot's rolling that way. And let's get the directionality of the walk working here. So he's coming through. At this point, this arm, I can just switch to FK at this point. It doesn't really matter, but because he's thrown the hat and he's not interacting with anything, in terms of blocking this out, it's just going to be a little faster. This rig does have an FK IK snap tool, so I don't have to worry about like, wait, which one do I use? Shoot, I got the wrong one. Now I'm not going to have an easy time like positioning things. I don't really have to worry about that. Let's see. Did I not move my key? Did I really do that? I did do that. Okay. Well, that happened. So I've been reposing everything and I didn't move my timeline. So yeah, be careful you don't do that because that's just silly. So go forward in time first, then set a key. Let's see, there we go. Frame 92. Haha, now we've got it. So let's redo all of that. And this is just something that happens. Like, honestly, it usually doesn't happen that often, especially after practice. You'd think after years of animating, it wouldn't happen all that much, and Maya just crashed there. So when was the last time I saved? I was just thinking I should save. It's been a while. And I thought it, and I breathed it into existence. Let's see. I might have to redo the last pose. Maya might have also saved a backup. Hopefully. We'll see. Yeah, the new logo is really cool for 2023. Okay. Let's see. When was the last pose? We were doing 70. Really? Did we not save at all while we were posing? Wow. Okay. Let's see. Animbot's recovery file. See, usually I'm pretty good at saving. Aha! Whoa! Let's see. 139. Normally I'm pretty good at saving on my own. The moment that I'm teaching or that I do a stream, poof, gone. All those saving, like, memories just go out the window. So this is why Animbot or any tool is very important. Let's see. Let's hope it saved things. Yay! It saved things. Now something's a little off on frame 78 here. But let me save my scene here. And figure out what's going on. So 78, this is the throw. And he was supposed to be reaching for his hat right here. Button parent is off. Good. Okay, so it looks like we just lost that hand pose right there for some reason. That's not too bad. We might have lost a little bit of this head pose. I can't remember how high I put it. But hey! Yeah, the rush of adrenaline, yeah. Whenever it's like, and Maya's just done now. How much was lost? Kind of have to cry a little inside. Save often. Normally when I'm animating, I'll try to save like after every pose, especially if you have incremental save. It's actually a good option to show. If you go into your file, save scene options, turn on incremental save. This will make sure that as you save, it kind of saves a backup, and you can set how many backups you want. And this basically ensures that, let's say I'm saving and I go, oh shoot, I just posed something and it ruined everything. And I just saved over my last file. What do? I can't go back. Well, incremental save, you can just go back. Go back a few versions, you can find the one that actually worked correctly. It's very nice to have. And then if you have Animbot, it has the animation recovery. Another good setting, which I don't like to have on stream because it always interrupts the process, is under files, projects. You can enable autosave, and then I usually make sure I have prompt before save turned on. And then you can just set an interval, like 10 minutes, for example, and it'll always come up in 10 minutes going, hey, you should save your scene. That's a very nice feature to have. Animbot also has a feature like that, which will come up with a pop-up and go, hey, you should save your scene. That's really nice. So let's go through here. So I'm just going to double check, make sure all my other poses are working. Okay. So 92, we were having the character move forward. And this arm was in FK. Let's save. Now that I've got all my controls in positions that I want. Bip. Bip. There you go. The basics of a walk. Switch the feet. Okay, and make sure I'm on the right pose in my reference here. So he's taking a pretty wide step right there. So I want to get that in there. Maybe not that wide. Okay. Oh, he's going down. Beep. Somewhere around there. I'm kind of using the back leg in the reference as a guide here of how wide the step is. I want that back leg slightly bent and at that kind of steep angle right there. Okay, and I'm looking at the character, watching how they're walking, and I want to make sure that there's this arc to it, that they don't just kind of fall into this linear path. That's one thing I really try to avoid in my shots. I don't like characters walking in linear paths if I can avoid it. As humans, we are not machines, and it's very hard for us to actually walk on a linear path. So by just kind of adjusting it a little bit, we can make that motion just a little bit more organic, a little bit more interesting. Okay. Make sure I don't forget to select that. Now, one thing you'll notice, I keep selecting all 3 spine controls. If you'd prefer not to do that, you can make quick selection sets. I believe Animbot has a tool for that, but I'm just used to going to, so you select your controls there, then go to create, sets, quick select set, and I'm just going to call this spine, and I'm going to add this to the shelf. Now there should be a button here, which for some reason is not showing up, the thumbnail, but let's see. It should show up like that. If it's not showing up, what I can do is just switch the tabs, and I think that should refresh it. There we go. So now if ever I need to select the spine, boop, there we go. You can also use your GUI picker as well if you want. So let's see, this arm is coming forward. Let's reset the clavicles. A lot of resetting controls. And the big reason for that is to make sure that I'm not building on any potential errors. If I am posing things out and I'm accidentally or unknowingly, like I rotated something and it kind of got all messed up and I didn't notice, and I just keep building off of that, I'm wasting work because I'm going to have to reset a whole bunch of poses. So I would much rather just zero things out and then kind of build from that new pose. Now, his hat should be gone here. So I'm going to take my hat control. And let's see, which control do I want to animate for this? I'll want to animate that one. And then let's go back to 78. So his hat is going to be on his head here. Set a key here, set the blend parent to 1. Then set a key here, set the blend parent to 0. And the hat's going to fly off. And now he's going to be bald. So I'm just going to throw this off to the side here for now. And let's get his hair controls in place. Select those. Set a key on both frames here. And then I'm just going to select the hair controls. And the easiest way to do that is if I bring in my GUI picker. So there we go. I'm just going to select the, let's see, I'm just going to select everything. So make sure I actually set the namespace there, select all, and then holding down Shift, I'm going to click and drag, and that'll swap my selection on the head. So now I've only got the hair controls selected. Let's delete or deselect everything else just to make sure. And I'm going to just take my translates and rotates and zero them out. There we go. And it looks like I had my hat control selected still. Deselect that. Zero those out. And now the hair should be back in place. Right there. So now we have that. And as we go through, we'll be able to actually do that nice flip of the hair popping up and maybe add a little poof to there. Let's see, do you ever combine the controls you use? For example, in a certain part, you use the cog for rotations, but from a certain point, you use the FK hip? Yes, definitely. There are certain times where animating the cog is just going to be easier. For example, let's say a flip. I don't want to use the FK hip in that section because it's just not going to really help me that much. But in other areas, I will much rather use the FK hip because I'm not going to end up counter animating the spine. So it really depends on what I'm animating and what I need in that moment. For now, I'm just kind of moving the cog for the most part because it's a little easier and simpler. That's really the big thing. As I kind of progress with the animation, I'm going to refine that so that I have the FK hip helping me as well. Let's keep him leaning forward here. Okay. So we've got that. He walks off. I want to look at it from the side view here, or the perspective, I should say. I want to feel if those steps are too wide. I think they're pretty good. Okay. So let's get that last pose in place here. Once again, just take everything, set a key, and then we're going to flip those feet once more. Now, what I actually could do is, because it's another step here, I could copy some of the elements from this pose onto this one, but I'm just going to make this from scratch because I don't want to accidentally make it feel like the character is, what's the word I'm looking for? Cycling, where we feel that cycle happening through the character. So let's actually zero this out. We haven't done that in a while. So zero that out, zero out the spine, because now he's going to be walking a little straighter, still leaning forward because he's angry. And we get that. Make sure our knee PVs are pointing in the right direction. Right there. And then I'm just kind of watching what angle is he walking through here. Good. He's still keeping that circular arc going through the walk there. And at this point, he's kind of walking a little off camera. But that's fine because we do have to adjust the camera. Okay, and this arm bends forward. Something like that. You'll see that this is rough. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing in these poses are going to be reset. We're going to repose a lot of this. It doesn't mean that this work is pointless, but it does mean that we have to just kind of be aware that later on we want to pose things to be much more visually dynamic. Right now we're just kind of posing things in order to make sure that the physicality is working and that the mechanics are working. So there's kind of two stages to this. And I want to animate this really quick because it's really just kind of making sure things are in place. So something like that. Now we got that walk off. There we go. Now you can see how fast that last pose went. And mechanically, it's actually not bad. Like, just looking at the swing and the walk, there's definitely a lot not right about this, but it's getting there. Very, very rough though. I probably wouldn't show this version to any director or supervisor. There would be another pass on this where we really refine things. But now, and that's a good question, at some point now, do we use the previs to compare this? Yes, we can. Let's actually see how close we got to the previs here. So I'm going to turn on our previs, which is Bob, and actually save first. So let's see, did the crash destroy our previs? No, wait, haha. So you can see, because he's in splines, it's getting all weird. Our character is actually moving a little faster than our previs did. This is why they're slightly off of frame here. Now, is that a bad thing? No. We got the overall motion in place, and honestly, all it would take now is taking this control and just bip. There we go. That solves that walk off right there. But before we do that, we've got our animation in place. I want to now, let's turn off our previs here. I want to position this camera to work better with this current shot. And now that we've posed out the character, you'll notice that we have a lot of headroom here. Even when he swings, there's just a lot of empty space above the head right there. So I feel like we could push that camera in a little closer, make it a little bit more dynamic, and then move it so that we're seeing a little bit more of the front of the character, so we're not just looking straight at his face. So let's save this first. And now let's kind of put a scenario in here. I don't want to lose the current animation on this camera, let's say. I want to have this as a backup because maybe I do like this and I want to be able to compare one versus another. This is where we can use animation layers. So what I can do is I can create a new animation layer. Let's select all our camera controls here. And actually, I'm going to turn off the aim control because we're not using that. Make sure there's no keys. Yeah. So aim off. And why are you not turning off? Oh, that's because I muted this. Mute. Unmute selected. There we go. So we've got all of these controls. I can select these and I'm going to add them to a new animation layer. Now, when we do this, the animation layer right now is going to be set to, let's look at the layer mode, and it's kind of hidden behind my camera. Let's do it here. Is it going to be hidden behind? Okay, good. So it's set to override or additive, which again is hidden behind my camera. So it's set to additive. Can't really see it, but it's there. Actually, maybe if I do, okay, layers, there we go. Layer mode, additive. So this means that anything in this animation layer is going to add to the layer underneath. If I set the layer to override, this means that it's going to take the animation layer and just duplicate, or sorry, not duplicate, is going to override anything that happens. Now you could duplicate the camera and hide one, but then you kind of always have to switch back and forth between the two cameras. If I just want to keep this simple and just have the one camera, I can use animation layers. In the end, it's the same thing, but one versus the other. So what I'm going to do now, I created this animation layer. I actually don't need it because I want to take the base animation and duplicate it. So that way I have all of the animation in place. So instead, I'm going to, I just created this layer so that we can actually see everything, because by default, the animation tab is empty. So now I'm going to take my base animation. I'm just going to hit duplicate, and we can just keep the name there. And once again, layers, layer mode, override. Now it should work exactly as was before. Okay. And I can just move it. So let's take this right here. I'm going to lock my base animation layer just to make sure that nothing is going to be happening there. My root control, let's get rid of, and let's actually make sure I have my my graph editor here. Okay, right there. Don't need my outliner. I'm just going to get rid of this extra key there. And let's see, I'm trying to think, how do I want this to be? Because we want to reframe this first shot. And actually, let's double check. If I move this closer and then turn this on or off. Yeah, there we go. So we still have our old one underneath there. Perfect. So I want this shot to be a little closer, a little bit more personal, I guess you could say. So let's move that in a little bit. I could maybe even move it down. Okay, and let's see. Okay, there's our rise right there. Okay, cool. So we've got that, and let's see. Oh wait, there we go. For some reason, it turned itself back off. Yep. Right around there. A little lower. Right there. Make sure there's no key on this one either. Okay. Now let's get the angle right here. So at this point, I want to move this control, and I kind of want to just rotate it around this character. So there's a few different ways you can do this. You could just move your pivot point, things like that. I'm not a fan of that because it's going to cause issues. So if you have Animbot, what you can do is just use the temporary pivot point. Let's see, I don't need this active right now. Which is, I believe, this one. Yeah. And this will just allow me to create this temporary pivot point to move my object around. Like so. And that's it. It's very nice. Super helpful. If you don't have that, what you can do is add a group if it's just a single object, or go up in the hierarchy, create a constraint. There's all sorts of different things that you could do. In this case, I just want to keep it simple. So I want maybe more of this angle. So we see the character a little bit more from the front. Now, he swings. That's definitely going to be a much more appealing pose right there. As he ends the swing, let's look at our keys here. And oh yeah, base animation layer, let's unlock that. So we go from there to there, finish the swing. That's definitely going to be a lot more of an interesting pose right there. Then as he walks off, right now, he's walking right into camera. That I do not like. So let's maybe go halfway between. Because I like the path that he takes right here. So let's go back here a little bit. So we're a little bit more 3/4. He swings through. That's pretty good. And actually, there's an extra key in here. Don't want that. Okay. There. Swings through. It's so horrible. Throws the bat. Walks off. Now we're a little too close here. So we've got a few choices. As the character walks past here, we're tracking them with the camera right there. That's good. We would just need to... Let's see. Take this control, spin the camera around just a little bit more, keep them on frame right there. So, zip. Somewhere like that. Let's see how that feels. So they start to walk, and then the camera starts to track them there. It needs to go a little faster because they're starting to get too close to the edge of the camera too soon. So just ease that out just a little bit more. Don't slow that down there. Okay. So we've got that motion in place. The camera is rotating, it's going up. But what we can now add is the camera pulling back slightly. So as the character comes closer to the camera can actually just pull back a little bit to frame them up and keep them in focus there. So we're adding just an extra layer of motion through the camera there. Let's bring this up here at the end so that they still stay in frame. Let's see. Maybe a little less. Keep pulling this back. Actually, let's not pull it back this with the boom arm. The reason for that is you see how it's angling the camera down? I don't want that because now I'm going to be fighting two different controls. Instead, I'm just going to use this control here. And this is going to just truck the camera out for us. So let's get that framing right here. I want something along those lines where we cut off the legs, but the head is still in frame right there. Okay. So he starts walking to camera, gets close to it. And let's see. Maybe I'll lead the camera 3 frames more. And then this shouldn't ease there. So we get something like that. Okay. Now I feel like the character is a little close there, so I'm going to move the camera back here a little bit. And you can see it's just kind of balancing what you want. And it's okay that he clips the camera here. That's not a bad thing. If I was worried about it, essentially what I can do is take this and just have the camera tilt up a little sooner. But honestly, it's not a bad thing if it happens. So maybe go even more. Okay. So
Let's see how that feels. So I'm just looking at the camera move right now, trying not to look at the animation because that's horrible. But the camera move is actually not bad. And you can see if you watch the camera rig, the thing that I'm trying to aim for is this naturalistic feeling to the camera rig. I don't want it to feel like it's just like snapping or that it kind of has this weird motion. I want it to feel organic as much as possible, because in reality, it should kind of be organic because, well, there should be a camera person attached to it. I think I could maybe start the animation like maybe a couple frames further. Okay. So it starts to move back first, then it tilts up, and then it pedestals. Or sorry, not pedestals. So we've got that, and then the rotation here. So it's all overlapping. There we go. So if we look at our curves, we've got this one, and this one. And you can see how they're all offset slightly. So we're just getting a nice organic motion through there. Okay, there we go. Now, because we have that animation layer, I can always just mute this, and we have our old animation and camera right there. So I can now just look at this and go, okay, do I like that framing or this framing? Back and forth. And I don't have to switch cameras. Now, if you do duplicate the rig, the nice thing is that you can look at both of them at the same time and then compare side by side. It's really just whichever one you want at the moment. For me, I didn't want to reference in another copy of the camera, so the animation layer just makes it a little easier. So that feels better there. Let's compare the different moments. That, I'm not a fan of it kind of pointing right to him when he's about to walk away. And let's look at the ending. I definitely like that it's further away from him. I feel like we could almost go even further. Just give some more negative space in there. Now, something that'll help with that is adding some texture to the ground, because right now we've only got the plate that is kind of giving us an indication of how the character is moving in the scene, which is not bad, but it's going to make it very tricky to see how that camera move is working completely. So there's a few different things you can do with that. The easiest is just add a texture or something to the ground, something so that we can see exactly how it's moving in relation to the ground. So I'm just going to find my set group, and actually let's save. So I'm going to find my set, find my ground plane right here, and I'm just going to quickly add a new material. Let's add a Lambert. And I'm just going to attach a checkerboard pattern right there. Let's go into textured mode right here. So now we have a checkerboard pattern, but for ground planes, I'm not a fan of the default checker because it's just black and white. That's not the most visually interesting. It's also very big checker pieces, which you could make them smaller here by going into the Place 2D texture node. And let's just do that. So now you can see it's a little smaller. That might be a little too small. Let's go maybe 8, something like that. But then with the checkerboard pattern, I can just change the color right here and just make a slight offset there. And I'm going to put a gray here. So instead of this really sharp feeling to the whole thing. We're just getting a little hint of color right there. And this just kind of gives us something else to look at as things are moving. And one thing I'm feeling right here is that the movement upwards right here feels a little sharp. So I'm going to take my camera. That's going to be this control right here. I'm going to tone that down. Yeah, that's definitely feeling very sharp right there. So let's add a little bit more time right in there. As long as the character is leading the action, then I've still got room to play with the camera move. If it starts to feel like the camera is leading the action, then I'm not in a good position. So I really want to have that ease out. Really feel like the camera takes some time right there at the beginning. Okay, let's go full screen again. Don't look at the animation, just look at the character. So I'm looking at the ground plane right now. That feels better. I'm also feeling like the turn to the side is feeling a little odd too. I feel like it could start turning a little sooner. Yeah, that hat is horrible. He tosses it with such like just, it's gone in 2 seconds. Okay, so let's look at this here. So what's happening right here? Right there, I feel like it's starting to go too quick. So let's give a few more frames here. To ease that out and maybe not have quite such a sharp change right through here. So you go here. I might just bring this back down a little bit. And then let's not have the camera go so far here. One of the big things that I want to avoid is the camera feeling like, or let me put it this way, that the character feels like they get close to the edge and then further away from the edge. That's going to feel very strange. It should just kind of feel like they're getting closer and closer. Like right here, see how they slow down and kind of stop and then the camera keeps moving? I'm going to try to avoid that as much as I can. Now, part of it is going to be the way the character is splined right now. They're going to speed up right here. So I can't be too picky about this. I need to just make sure I get a good ending pose. So I think right around there is going to be fine. Let's see how this feels. So I'm looking at the background. Yeah, that feels better. Is there some movement in the camera right here? Okay, no, good. So we've got that. And I think that's pretty good. At this point, we've repositioned our camera and you can see it wasn't too much work. Even though we had to redo some of the camera work after blocking out our shot, this very, very rough blocking, it didn't take long because we still had our previs in place. So we were able to kind of just make some quick changes in there. But now we're going to have just a little bit better of a camera angle right through there. So let's just name this animation layer camera position. And I'm going to keep my base animation layer there just in case. I honestly don't need it, and I don't need this layer here. I don't need that animation layer. I could just compress it down, but just in case, I'm going to keep it. As we kind of finalize our animation and I go, okay, this is solid, I don't need it anymore, now we can get rid of it. But I'm one of those people that I like to keep things just in case, because it's not hurting anything right now anyway. So with this, let's actually look at our animation in step mode and make sure we're on a base animation layer right there. Make sure the base animation layer is not locked. That helps as well. So if we look at this, not bad. The character's mechanics are feeling okay. Is it good? No, definitely not. It's passable for what we need right now. But at this point, we know that our camera is in place. I can make some quick changes here just to make sure that he's not like looking right at the camera. And then we'll be able to pose out things like, for example, this foot here. I don't want that facing right to camera. So I would want to either rotate it more in this way or back out this way slightly. Just little things like that. But now we can start to refine our work and start to get more of the physicality as well as more of the posing to camera in there. So let's actually make sure my camera isn't locked there. There we go. And sometimes my mouse just locks. Let's go to this first pose, and I'm gonna have to call this stream here pretty soon because I'm actually we're already 4 hours in. Geez, I didn't realize it was that long already. But we can go over this first pose, make that a little bit more dynamic, and then from there continue this on the next stream. And next stream is going to be like really just doing the proper blocking. So this is one of those things that when you're animating, it can seem kind of tedious, where like we did all of this work and now we kind of have to redo it all. But the reason that we did this super quick version, and it took like 2 hours still. But to be fair, it's 2 hours of explaining it. If I was animating this on my own, it might have been like half an hour-ish, something like that, to get all of these poses in. But they're super rough, super just like getting things in there. But I was able to get my camera pretty much finalized. I now know that the overall motion and mechanics are pretty good and they work to camera. And now I can really take some time to finesse each pose without worrying about some random thing coming up later on and making me redo all the poses, because you can see we changed our camera angle. So if I really dedicated some time to do every pose right from the start, and then find out that, oh wait, I have to move my camera, I've got to redo all those poses. That's a waste of time. And let's see, will Cameron be back on Monday stream someday? Someday, hopefully. It's really just scheduling and workload right now. Cameron's working on a bunch of different projects. Well, we both are. But he just doesn't have the time frame to really dedicate to the streams the way he would want to. So eventually he will be back, as long as his schedule doesn't just keep getting more and more stuff added onto it, which seems to just keep happening. Let's see. And A to the J, take care. Thank you so much for dropping by. Always there with the resources. So with this, I'm just kind of thinking of the angle I want the bat to be here for now. Okay. So let's get this first pose a little bit clearer. So one thing I want is his weight to be shifted back a little bit more. Because we moved the camera, I want to really feel his weight over top of that back leg there. I think I also want to push those hips a little bit more, maybe forward here, so that we feel more of a twist in the body here. This is one of those posing concepts that can be very helpful, is getting the twist in the hips versus the chest. If the hips and chest always feel like they're in line, it tends to feel boring, honestly. So I would much rather try to exaggerate that a little bit more and get that nice visual contrast in that chest and in the hips there. Even if it's just a little bit, it really does add a lot. One thing I'm also looking for is the line of action here. If you look at the reference, you can see that very strong line. If we're looking at the shoulder area here, I'm drawing with the mouse, so it's kind of hard to see. I don't know how big it is on screen for everyone. But from there down to there, you can see that angle right there. So that's what I want here. I want to feel that angle. There we go. Get my cursor working again. I think we can get a little bit more of a bend in that knee there. Let's see. The body feels not bad. At this point, I could start shaping it a little bit more. So taking the spine control here and kind of curving it slightly. Try to get that nice roundness in there. Push this a little bit so we can get a little bit more of that pinch in there. I'm not worried about trying to get all of this like super exact right now, but I do want to just make sure that I'm starting to think of the visual design some more. Okay. Shoulder, I think. I'm trying to think of the shape I want here on the outside edge, the silhouette. If I bring it in, it's going to just create this. Well, let's show this here. See that? How we just kind of lose that whole shoulder. If I bring this back out, oops, make sure I just grab this. We get that little bit more of a corner in there. And I kind of want that. I don't want to lose the shoulder and just kind of make it into this basic curve. So this is another thing that can be very helpful, is just looking at your shot in a silhouette mode like this. Now, something that can also be helpful is looking at it at the same time as your actual shot camera. So if you want to do something like that, what you can do is go to Panels, tear off a copy. So now we have a copy of this viewport here. And now I can set this to silhouette mode while this stays active like that. Now, another way you can do this if you don't want to tear off a copy is I can switch my layout. So let's go 2 or 3 layout or 3 panes, split left like so. And I'm going to switch this to my camera right there. And then let's just show only polygons. Make sure everything else is turned off like that. And then we can do that like so. Now, you'll notice that the ground plane is still showing. That's kind of annoying. Well, if we don't want the ground plane to show, what we can do is just select our character. So I'm going to select Jules, the cap, and the baseball bat, like so in the outliner. And I'm going to hit the isolate select button right here. There we go. Now it's just going to hide the ground plane. Now, as I'm animating, I can look at this and see the silhouette as I'm working. And see what my camera view is seeing, and see my perspective view like so. There we go. And normally I would split this off into different view or monitors because I have multiple monitors, but let's keep this visible here for everyone. Okay, now one thing I'm noticing is I'm getting parallel lines in the feet here. I'm not a fan of that. So let's try to bring this leg out a little bit more here. So we get a slight offset in those feet. Something like that. The arms in silhouette are feeling pretty good. I could definitely maybe bring this. I kind of want to bring it up a little bit. Let's see. To show the rule of thirds, what I did was I just brought in an image plane. So you'll notice here, and on this view here, you can see the rule of thirds as well as the center lines. These are just image planes. Create an image with the rule of thirds. You just want to make sure you match your resolution of your play blast. So if you're going to be play blasting at 1920 by 1080, you want to make sure your image is that, or specifically the ratio, which is 16 by 9 in this case. You just bring it in as a PNG. If you don't have this, just turn on the field gate right here. And this is going to give you your center lines and then your rule of thirds, which is the number 4 line. So there you go. Now, would it be safer to set the camera resolution before animating camera? No, as long as you keep the ratio the same. So for example, 1920 is 16 by 9, 1280 by 720, 16 by 9. So, or 720 by 405, I think it is, 16 by 9. They're all the same ratio. So as long as you're not changing your ratio, that's the only important thing. So you don't have to worry about setting your camera resolution before you animate, as long as you just make sure you have your ratio set correctly. So hopefully that helps. So let's see here. Now, there we go. Let's go through here. Overall, this pose is working not bad. Looking at the silhouette, we're getting a nice clean line of action. I feel like this shoulder could be raised up a bit just to add more energy in there. And it's gonna open up this negative space right here. This is a tricky negative space because if I leave it like this, it's just kind of this little highlight that's not super helpful. So what I would want to do is try to open that up a little bit more. Maybe something like that. So negative space, that's the little gaps in your images. You don't want to have just tiny little specks. It just kind of makes things not read correctly. So try to either get rid of it or make it more open. Okay, hands are pretty good here. I could maybe adjust the wrist right there to be a little straighter. Same thing here. I'll have to animate the finger positioning afterwards, but that's fine. Okay. Now one thing I could do for both of these locators, just because I know that I'm only going to be moving them straight up and down, is I can take my translate X and Z and just lock those. That way I can only move them up and down here, and then this one is the one that I can use to adjust that. This way I can still rotate them like so, but without worrying about creating this weird offset and then angling them off to a odd angle there. Now let's get the kind of face and head in here. I'm gonna lower the head right there. I do want to change the angle of the eyes. Have him look up, and let's make this view just a little bit bigger now, because I do want to see that. And save my scene. And let's just get a very basic expression in place here. Now, one thing I'm going to do, you don't have to do this, but I like to adjust the proportions of my characters a little bit, just to keep things a little different. So I'm actually going to scale the eyes down just a little bit. Just a little right there. I'm going to make sure that the iris sizes are a little bit smaller. I personally like to have these a little smaller because it gives me more room to act with the character. I can close the eyes, you get nicer squints, things like that. And this goes for most characters. And maybe the eyes are a little too small. It depends on if I want to go more cartoony or more realistic. Maybe just a little bit bigger. So something like that. Now he's squinting. So I'm going to bring the top lids down. Let's shape them a little bit. Bottom lids. Kind of bring them up here. And I'm just doing very basic expression here. I can go in here and refine this because the expression is going to be very dependent on the angle of the head. So if I make any changes, it's just going to mess everything up. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to get the expression to be perfect and create all of these nice offsets and everything. But just something. He's going to be a little bit more tense, so I'm going to bring that mouth up a little bit. Bring the corners in. And then I'm going to thin out the lips here because I want that tension in the mouth. So something like that. I could even kind of just move the mouth to the side a little bit. Just to add a little bit more visual appeal there. If I wanted to add just a little bit of line of action, I can just easily kind of do that right there. Be a little squash and stretch. I'm actually not going to use the top one because I do have a hat on him. So we'll just use the bottom one. And it's not much, but you can see, oops. Where did my camera go here? Whoa, super sensitive for some reason. Yeah. So we're just getting something that's a little bit more interesting to look at. Let's kind of bring that down. No, something like that. And then the eyes. Like so, maybe widen the eyes a little bit. The wider the eyes, the further someone tends to be looking, to a point. If they start looking in two different directions, that's too far. But if you widen the eyes just a little bit, it makes the character look like they're looking further. If the eyes are closer together, they look like they're looking at something closer to them. So I'm also going to take the eye corners, raise those up a little bit. It'll help make the squint feel like a squint. And there we go. So we've got that. I feel like the head could be a little kind of lower. So let's exaggerate that a little bit more. And then let's see. I think I can take this hand and I'm going to rotate it in a little bit like that. I feel like the hands are kind of too, what's the right word I'm looking for? Like they're too perfectly in line. I kind of want to add a little offset to them just to make it feel a little bit more organic. Let's see what else. This shoulder is bugging me. So I'm just gonna move it into place. One thing I like to do is if I'm feeling like, let's say the shoulder is not quite right, just like rotate it way off so it's either broken or totally wrong, and then try to bring it back into position. And what that does is it kind of zeroes out and resets your eyes so that you can kind of see that, oh, okay, now this feels good. If you kind of go, oh, wait, something's not right. just a little bit there. Maybe this. It's hard to see if it's actually making anything better. And let's see, how do you see the small details like parallels, hands, and lines? Lots of experience and lots of doing it wrong. So it just takes time, takes practice. I'm not a huge fan of that silhouette of the thumb right there. It's too close to the arm. So I'm going to take that PV here and just kind of bring that down a little bit right in there. Like that. Okay. So the other thing you want to watch out for is the line of the bat. Don't let the line of the bat like stick right through his ear or something like this. That's going to look weird. You can especially see it in silhouette. I'm trying to line this up in a way that is just a little bit more visually interesting. Now, I feel like we can exaggerate the line of the body even more. So just going to test this out. Let's see. More like that. Maybe straighten this leg a little bit. So we feel kind of a straighter line versus the complex line on the other side. Now I'm kind of going a little further than I normally would on this because we do have other poses that we would want to tweak here, but it's more just to kind of show what to look for here. And we will come back to this. This is not like the final pose and we're going to be all done with all of this. No. We're going to be coming back to this quite often and changing things quite often. But it's just trying to push this to be more dynamic. Okay, line of action going through here. Make sure he's not centered between both legs, which he kind of feels like he is right now. So a little bit more like that. We bring this in here. Now his weight's more towards that back leg there. Watch those parallel lines. Okay, let's stick with that. At this point, I can now start to block out more things. So we can start going through the other poses. Now, one thing, actually, before I go that far, his neck is a little broken there. So I'm going to bring this forward. Something like that. Now you'll notice that there's a little scrunching up here. That's fine. No one's going to see it. And I'd rather have an appealing pose from the front here than make sure that there's the line of his neck that no one's going to see is okay. Now, something else I do want to do, because it's going to make my life easier, is I need to switch the follow line here off. But you'll notice that it kind of resets my eyes. If you're having an issue like that, you can use Animbot and basically just save the global position for it. So I believe, I haven't used it in a while, it's copy Xform world space. And now I can do that. And then let's see, paste. There we go. And it just puts it right back to where it was after I switched it, which is really, really nice because now I can adjust his head position and his eyes stay locked into that position right there, which is very nice. If you don't have that, what you can do, so let's undo that. Let's say I don't have Animbot. What I can do is I can create a locator right here. And we'll see if this works. Sometimes it won't work with certain controls, but we'll see. So I can take this locator and I'm going to match it to the position of the eye control here. So go to modify, match transformations, and I'm going to match the translations and the rotations like that. Now I can take the eye control, switch the follow align, and then match it back to the locator like so. So that's really all that Animbot is doing in a sense, is just doing that, but all in one go. So there we go. Delete that locator. Now we're back, and plug in or not, you can do the same thing. Once again, it doesn't work for everything, but at least it's an option. If you have Animbot, it's so much easier. Click, done. Just copy paste. Really nice. So with that, let's actually save, and we can start to move on to the next poses. And at this point, now that I know that everything is pretty much working, I would start blocking it in fully, or at least much more in depth than what we did that first pass. So instead of just going to the next pose over here, which I know is wrong, I know that things are going to change quite a bit on it. I could try to block it out and make it look good, but instead what I would rather do is build into it. So use those other poses from our reference here and start to properly build the step, build the contact with the foot, and then the slide, as well as how the body's going to react to it. Because if I do it that way, at least for me, it makes sure that I'm looking at all of the connected elements versus just making separate individual motions. So that's going to be the goal, and we're probably going to be doing that next week. We could do it today, but I'm already quite a bit over here. And I should grab breakfast because I haven't eaten yet today. So we'll probably be doing that. Let's see. Since the shot so far, would you give less work on the face? Yes. I don't want to work on the face yet, other than some quick poses, because things might change. Later on, I might find as I'm blocking it, I was like, no, you know, I'm not a fan of this. Maybe I'll have this face or this pose here. Because I don't have to follow my reference. In my reference, he's looking at the batter, but maybe I want him to feel more like questioning or more like angry, something like that. Or maybe I have him look directly at the guy, or maybe like hide his eyes behind the brim of the hat. Or maybe I have him look like this and he's just like really intensely looking at the guy. I can change that at any time. And I don't want to block out the face and put a lot of detail only to find out that I have to redo it because I moved the head. So I'll put a basic expression so that I'm not looking at creepy eyes over here like that. Look how creepy that is. Ugh. No, I'll pose it out and you can see the difference. It's just a small bit, but hey, it's something. It kind of tells us who this character is, what their personality is, and then later I can refine it. Because there are some really crazy eyes right there. So yeah, at this point we're using the reference, but we're also going to be exploring and trying to make something new and better. And this really just depends on how far you want to go. If it's again, I've talked about this before, but if this is a master study, try to stick as close as possible. If this is your own shot, you can stick close to it, but don't worry about exaggerating and trying to make things more dynamic. So for example, I could take the hips here, and make sure I'm in world mode, and maybe bring him down just a little bit more. Really make him feel like he's really low. Or maybe I push him up higher to make him feel more confident. I could play around with that. I'm not stuck to, well, my reference, he's got like a 45-degree bend at the knee. That's what I have to have. Nothing else. So yeah, it's at this point we're in a much more organic process, I guess you could say. So yeah, I think we're going to call it here before we go too much further, because if I start doing another pose, we'll be here forever. And next week, probably Friday, we're just going to block out as much as we can on this shot. And we might get the whole thing done on Friday. I have a feeling just because of the talking and explanation, it's going to take longer. So we'll probably get, I'm hoping at least the swing in there. Because I do want to talk about the swing and how we're going to handle the bat and the hands and all of that stuff and kind of go in some depth on that.